AI is already started. They're busy with machines. Okay. Good morning to one and all. Esteemed, distinguished guests, the panel speakers. We're very happy and honored to have you all here. And XLRI, as we are entering into launching the Jubilee year, 11th of October, we're inaugurating. And it is a happy moment for various reasons. It is a journey started in 1949 and still thriving. And we have got into different kinds of hardships in the beginning. Then we have overcome with solutions, still exploring. And today when we discuss about AI and HR, I don't know whether HR is getting into AI or AI is encroaching into HR. Only the panelists will be able to clarify that. So the organizers, led by Associate Dean PC Pradhan, then Professor Kanakaraj, and student team, and all the students who have put up a strong fight to come up with this thriving AI topic. And it's a very apt moment for us to discuss. We have heard about other disciplines where AI is already there. And in HR, I think it is going to open the eyes of all the students sitting here. And it will be a very fruitful moment. So when I look at this topic, I'm reminded of expedition. So I think it is going to be a great expedition entering into this new field. The Ernest Shackleton wanted to explore the South Pole in 1915, and he wanted a crew who could support his project. And he said it is to be a yes. So it's going to be a great. He wanted great men to support his project, so he advertised. No returns, no recognition. Recognition will come only if you return. And you should be able to live many dark days, no light, nothing. So the applications came in about 5,000 and he needed only 28. So he selected 28 out of 5,000 and made his crew ready and sailed. And they returned. They returned and they became heroes. So the courage is the thing that changes the shape of the world, how we look at the world. If you don't have courage, then nothing will happen. If you have to confront death, like three men were thinking if they had only 6 months to live, how would they confront death? The first fellow said he would pray. He'll pray 6 months and save his soul and love everyone, and spread peace and happiness. The second fellow said he'll go on a world tour, eat whatever he liked, and see all the places and enjoy life, and then he'll die. The third fellow said he will see another doctor. I think we are seeing the doctors every time when challenge is put before us. And for student body, it is a nightmare, attending classes, preparing for their future career, the placements, projects, life, and the work experience. And it's a mixture of all. And in this confused world, we are striving to find meaning, and the meaning we have not yet found. We are still exploring and exploring and exploring. So therefore, we need others' help. We need help from wise men. We need help from learned. We need help from experienced, successful businessmen who could guide. And I'm sure all the 20 plus panel speakers today have tasted success. And success has not come overnight. And if you ask them, what did it take to achieve success, their response will be, I'm sure, that the same thing that it took to start the career, because it's an ongoing process. Challenges have to be faced courageously, and you need courage. That's a basic thing. And today, students want shortcuts, everywhere shortcuts, and AI is a big evil in that sense. It will help you to find shortcuts in life, but it's a good thing. You can achieve more things in lesser time. So I already feel that this day is going to be a fruitful one for everyone, and I wish all the very best to all the panel speakers and students to be the active listeners, critically analyze what they are sharing, because they are going to share from their experience, and be open to learning. So Teachers' Day is over. Teachers are not just professors teaching in the classroom. Everybody who is giving you some additional knowledge is a teacher. Could be a friend, mentor, whoever. But today, treat them as teachers. Zakir Hussain published, he said about Teachers' Day. He said, teachers will not give you anything. It is up to you to receive what you want. It is like a river, flowing river. You can take water from a spoon, from the spoon, or a cup, or a mug, or a jug, or a bucket. It is up to the students to choose what you want from the panelists. So wish you all the very best and have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you, Father Donald, for that wonderful inaugural address.
All right. Thank you, Father. Our agenda for today. Moving ahead with our agenda for today, we take this opportunity to extend a heartfelt welcome to all our guests. We are honored to host them and would like to express our gratitude with a small token of appreciation. Requesting Father Donald again to please come forward and present the bouquet to all our guests. Also, I would like to call upon the guests individually by their names so that we can offer our warm welcome. I would like to call upon Mrs. Ruchira Bhardwaja, Mr. Abhishek Tiwari, Mr. Ramakrishna Vyamjala. Mr. Chanil Verma. Mrs. Neha Dixit. Rashid Jafri. Thank you, Father Donald.
I would now like to call upon Professor Pradhan to present a token of appreciation to our guests. I would like to start with Ms. Kanchan Banerjee. Mr. Jaideep Chatterjee. Mr. Gaurav Saini. Mr. Rupesh Tripathi. And Mr. Ashish Bhalla. Thank you, dear guests, for gracing us with your presence today morning. Now it's time to move on to our panel discussion. Our first panel will be an engaging discussion on the topic, AI and ethics in HR, striking a balance. We will now introduce each of our guests and request them to please join the panel to my right.
We are delighted to introduce our first panelist for the morning, Mrs. Ruchira Bhardwaja. Please come and join the panel. Ruchira is currently the CHRO at Kotak Mahindra Life Insurance Company. Ruchira brings an interesting combination of strategic HR and cross-functional expertise. She has over 25 years of experience spanning across diverse industries and companies like Axis Bank, Croma, and Kotak Mahindra. She's an alumni of IRMA and NMIMS and pursued a global fellow program at the Wharton School. She's a visiting faculty at NMIMS and is also passionate about mentoring working women professionals in her personal capacity. She is an avid photographer and considers herself as a decent storyteller. We welcome you, Ruchira.
Our second panelist is Mr. Abhishek Tiwari. Mr. Abhishek Tiwari, the Senior Vice President and Global Head HR for Tech Mahindra. As a global HR executive with a career spanning 20 years, Abhishek has run HR functions for global enterprises through their growth journeys and has worked with a variety of sectors, including technology, consulting, professional services, media, and the government. Abhishek started his career with the Indian Navy and is a proud alumnus of the National Defense Academy, Kharakvasla. He holds a master's degree in personnel management from SIBM Pune and is currently pursuing a PhD in organizational behavior from IIM Lucknow. Welcome, Abhishek.
Moving on to our next panelist, Mr. Ramakrishna Vyamjala. Mr. Ramakrishna currently heads the HR function for one of the fastest growing housing finance companies in the country, Home First. He has over 18 years of experience in human resources, rewards and recognition, and compensation and benefits. In his current role, he develops people strategies that ensures not just the business growth, but he envisions the organization to become one of the first choices for the emerging talent. Prior to this, he has an experience of working in firms such as IDFC Bank and Vedanta Resource PLC. We welcome you, Mr. Ramakrishna.
Our next panelist is Mr. Shanil Verma. the Chief Human Resource Officer at India's leading fintech, Turtlemint. In his previous assignments, Shanil has worked and headed HR at various companies like Mahindra Electric Mobility Limited, Mahindra & Mahindra, and Glenmark Pharmaceuticals Limited. With over 17 years of experience in HR, Shanil has delivered global assignments in India, the United States, Europe, South Korea, and the Middle East. Shanil has been partnering in business growth and on several occasions has scaled the organization multifold in a short span of time. Shanil is an alumnus of the Harvard Business School, SCMHRD Pune, and Rajiv Gandhi Technical University, Bhopal. We welcome you, Mr. Shanil.
Welcoming our next panelist, Mrs. Neha Dixit. Neha is a Vice President HR at Simple. And also, guys, she is an Excel alumni. So give her a big round of applause. Neha leads Simple's HR business partnering function and provides leadership for people and cultural priorities. Neha's extensive experience and expertise across functions such as people strategy, performance management, analytics, as well as inclusion and diversity play a key role in fostering a future-forward culture across the organizations she has worked with. Neha has over a decade of experience in HR domain, working in companies such as Amazon and Myntra, building people strategy and supporting rapid business growth. Neha, welcome.
Our last panelist is Mohammad Rashid Jafri, the Chief People Officer in Tata Steel Long Products Limited. Rashid is an HR professional with 17 years of experience. He has worked as an HR business partner and corporate HR role at Tata Steel before moving to Tata Pigments as the CHRO. He also worked as the CHRO in TRF Limited before joining Tata Steel Long Products Limited. Always keeping the employees at the center of all his initiatives, he understands the true power of human potential. He's an alumnus of BIT Mesra and XISS Ranchi and loves spending time with people of diverse backgrounds and culture. He's also an avid reader and loves spending time in nature. Welcome, Rashid. We welcome all our panelists and look forward to hearing from them in today's discussion.
Now, I would like to call up our batchmate, Anna Verma, to lead the panel 1 discussion.
Good morning to all the guests. I hope that you're well rested. While I'm supposed to be asking questions, but I'm more nervous than many of you would be. Good morning to all the batchmates. I feel privileged to welcome our guests and you all to KRONOS CHRO Conclave. In a world where AI is reshaping the HR landscape, it is imperative that we ensure that these innovations are being harnessed ethically as well as responsibly. In this first panel discussion, where we discuss AI ethics in HR and striking the balance, what we shall try to do is we shall try to set stage for a dialogue on how to harness these practices in an ethical manner, in a responsible manner. As a moderator and a representative of the batch, my goal would be to try to take this conversation, this thought-provoking conversation in a direction where I can ensure that we're discussing these ethical practices, as well as trying to discuss the innovations that AI and Metaverse bring to the HR domain. So with your permission, I hope that I can get started. So my first question would be to you, sir, Mr. Ramakrishna Vajamala. We have been hearing that AI integrations in HR streamlines processes. Now, these could be recruitment processes, these could be performance management, these could be workforce diversity. We would like to understand from you how this integration aligns with the overall corporate strategy and what potential strategic advantages or disadvantages does it bring to the table?
I think it's a very vast topic to start the discussion. Let me try and be a little succinct and talk about, I think, 2 or 3 points that come to my mind at the beginning when I look at AI. And it's a known fact that I think AI hit the businesses first, and then HR is slowly but surely getting into what is it that we can do with it. And what is it that we should stay away from? I think that's the first important aspect when we are defining our HR strategies going forward in an AI-driven world is how do you look at the business moving because of AI? What's the impact? What's the impact like? Is it going to positively impact? Is it going to negatively impact? Will there be, will my business itself survive what is happening? So for example, if I am into a business of advising and AI is taking over advisory, then my business itself is a question mark, right? So what is it that I have to, so I need to pivot. I need to move to something completely different. So can I do that with my existing workforce? That's where the HR strategy will start coming in and saying, okay, yes, we have to pivot. We need to change. There is something that is new that is coming in. Are my employees ready? So that's where HR plays an important role. And then there is execution of all of it. And we will go deeper as we have more questions on it. But my first thoughts, it has to first understand what's the impact of business that some of these emerging technologies are going to have. And are we prepared for it? Are we not prepared for it? So just check the preparation. That's the first part.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that opening thought. My next question would be to you, Abhishek, sir. Could you provide examples of successful implementation of AI in HR processes, such as recruitment, performance evaluation, and employee development?
So, when you look at your email box as the CHRO, I can say with certainty that 25% of our mailbox is full of a number of vendors out there who are trying to sell AI in HR, right? Recruitment, sometimes more, right? So there is, so I'll start from there. And I think the first use case we saw really was recruitment, where these companies came and said, we will simplify recruitment for you. You are sifting through tons and tons of data. You don't know what's right, what's wrong. We will look through the data and tell you what candidates you can look at. So simplifying recruitment process is one use case. Coming into the organization, onboarding, metaverse is being used for onboarding in a big way, right? Where especially in the virtual world, you don't need to get anyone to office. You take them to a virtual office and get them to meet real colleagues in the virtual space. So that's the other use case, and I'm moving through employee life cycles. So beyond onboarding, let's say just engagement. There are a number of engagement tools out there that are helping managers and helping business leaders understand their employees better. And of course, it's based on data, and we'll talk about that subsequently. Performance management, learning, it's telling it's giving real reports of people to the managers, and it's comparing with historical data, comparing with peers, and giving so some of that AI-driven tools around learning. So you have your learning slate ready, saying this employee needs this versus this. So there are a number of use cases. We've of course begun to use it for succession and pipeline development. So if you go through the entire employee life cycle in an organization, exit as well, right? I mean, early exit signs, AI is being used to tell managers and HR people as to which people will leave sooner than the others. So the number of use cases, you asked me for examples, I think we are filled with examples. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Shani, sir, my next question would be to you. Since we are discussing HR processes, I would like to understand how AI or machine learning would ensure that good CVs are not getting skipped in the screening process, as it would, just be looking at certain keywords and shortlisting CVs accordingly. I'm sure that this question is relevant to most of our batchmates right now, but if I could have your views on that.
It's difficult. And why I'm saying so it's difficult, because see how AI and ML works is like you have designed and coded the program. Now, for example, if we want to increase diversity in the organization, so while designing the program itself, if the parameters are not taken into consideration, which will help improve diversity in the organization, then the screening of CVs will not give that result. So it becomes really important for HR to upskill and reskill and understand the technology much better now. And why so? Because it will help them to design these large language models in a way that they will throw a result which is expected. So if the expectation is that we need to improve diversity in the organization, is my model giving me the result, which is how diverse we can be by screening the CVs? And for that, HR has to play a huge role in self-improvement. And I believe that HR people have to be really well versed with some of these digital systems now. And they have to have a digital mindset, which will help them give possibilities of understanding algorithms, AI, ML, how they can use it. I'm not saying that they need to become programmers or data scientists or coders, but the way these systems are talking to each other, they are so close that HR people have to move from one platform to other. How you are designing the tool, what inputs are required from HR to design the tools are very closely knit these days. What kind of questions to ask, what kind of questions to answers are very important for HR to know and to reflect on. Also, I think not only HR, everybody in the organization should have 25 to 30% fluency on system architecture, ML, AI data, because each and every role is getting impacted by AI and ML. And lastly, like audits. So though it's like an old thing, but then it always helps in improving the models that you are creating. So HR has to really look at the functional knowledge and how well they can learn the technical part of it, which will help them design the processes and AI and ML tools.
Wonderful. Thank you, sir. Neha ma'am, the first question to you. As AI becomes more integrated into HR functions, there are concerns, and you must be hearing about these concerns about potential for displacement of jobs and dehumanization of employee experiences. How can organizations balance the use of AI with maintaining a human-centric approach to employee development and engagements?
About a century ago, if you wanted a picture or a portrait of yourself, you needed somebody with a paintbrush, canvas, and the skills to do it. But now, anybody with a phone can take a selfie, right? And the whole skill set of portrait making or photograph taking has evolved. We now have very excellent photographers. We have a video camera person here. So the whole thing is about evolution. If we take a step back, right, and talk about WINS work, which is organizations that deals with words, images, numbers, and sounds. That is where most of us are working or are going to work in the future. And that field is at the crucible of AI and machine learning. And we as HR partners for such organizations, and some of how our esteemed panel members have talked about, it is not going to be a classroom exercise. You can't learn how to swim by watching a video or reading an article about it, right? You have to roll up your sleeves and jump into the water to learn how to swim. According to one of the Gartner's report, about 5% of HR professionals are already integrating AI in their organization. And about 50% are exploring how you can do that. There's only a small number of 14% who don't see any application of AI within their organization. So I am amongst the 50% who are exploring how we can leverage AI within our organization. Similar to what some of the other panel members have said, I personally believe that there is a lot of application. And what AI can help us is move focusing on what we call as hygiene factors in HR to delivering a superior employee experience and personalized experiences. For example, recruiters can move from looking at top of the funnel CVs to delivering and answering right questions for the right candidates and helping enhance the selection process. HR business partners can move from answering day-to-day queries to solving for employees' growth, development. Similarly, custom career paths can be created using Gen AI and then shift the need from our L&D teams to doing in-depth need analysis to creating those custom programs. So along with as our business teams and our workforce is reskilling themselves, HR also needs to reskill themselves. And at the end of it, AI would probably be 10% of the secret sauce. Large part of it will continue to come from people, from experimentation, from data and analytics. So I feel personalization would be a goal. It may constitute to be the brawn of an organization, but technology is just a tool to help us.
Understood. And again, re-emphasizing that personalization will be the goal. So that's comforting. Ruchira ma'am, I would like to take a question with you as well. What are the common sources of bias in AI-driven performance evaluations, and how can HR leaderships ensure that the AI-driven processes prioritize fairness and equity while maintaining individual privacy and avoiding biases?
Thanks, Pranay, and thank you. It's a great privilege to be here sitting with all of you and with Neha, who's an alumnus. Before I step into that answer, I play Wordle. How many of you are aware of Wordle? There's a 5-letter, yeah, so some of you are. Now, there's a Wordle bot also, right? So I just did a search and we said most of the people, and thousands or maybe millions of people who every morning play Wordle or every day play Wordle, start the quiz, start the game with ADIU, ADIEU, because it has so many vowels. But the Wordle bot says the right word to start Wordle is slate, SLATE. And the moment I started playing Wordle with slate, I am able to solve every day within 3 or maximum 4 attempts. And there are only 6 attempts to guess the word for the day. Now, see what Wordle is doing, or in turn, what is New York Times doing? New York Times is the one who owns Wordle, right? Now, the millions of people who are playing Wordle every day, what time of the day they are playing, how they are scoring, what are the kind of news they are reading after winning or not winning for the day. And with that data, can you imagine what New York Times, the kind of news that New York Times can sell to us, impressionable minds. All of us have impressionable minds these days, right? And the kind of data they might be collecting, or the bot is collecting from all of us, what else can New York Times do with that data? And that, as an HR professional, is something that I worry about. So it is, yes, AI is making our lives more efficient and more objective, which is a good thing. So in a way, it is removing certain biases from our mind. But all in all, I hope that AI is also not taking away the human out of HR, but it is making our lives more objective and more efficient. Coming to the performance biases, and I'll give you 3 examples. So I stay in a place in Mumbai called Parel. So Parel, those of you who are aware of Mumbai, is a poor cousin of Lower Parel. So Lower Parel is swanky buildings, big houses, the Lodhas of the world, Trump Tower, and what not. And Lower Parel is a shanty area. So Parel is a shanty area. So when Zomato or Swiggy, when they started their deliveries, and when we would ask for delivery, they would say we do not deliver to Parel. And by the way, I stay within Parel, a place called Sivri. Come on, I mean, who's going to deliver in a place called Sivri, right? It doesn't even sound high class, right? So they refused. But ours also, we also stay in swanky societies, swanky buildings. Somehow, somewhere, the data scientists of Swiggy and Zomato figured out, yes, they can also deliver in certain pockets of Sivri where we stay, where we are staying in a swanky building. Now, within that swanky building, Ruchira might be somebody who has a very poor credit score. So I may not like to pay my to Zomatos and the Swiggies on time, or I can scam them. I'm just taking an example. I'm not that person, seriously. So, but look how AI or data or any analytics creates biases in people's mind. And look at how the person who's delivering to a place called CHRO, which has, small by lanes, the product person, the delivery person who's delivering to us might be taking more time, right? You understand? But because he or she is taking more time, is or her performance getting impacted because they are not delivering on time? So that is one part. The other part is underrepresentation of data when assessment is done. And Neha took that example. I think all my Abhishek spoke about it, Shanil spoke about it, about hiring. Now look at the overrepresentation of men, okay, in resumes, and the quality which are associated with men in resumes. Leadership qualities such as leader-like and takes decision and quickly, and the A types. All of you would know that. And a resume, on the other hand, talks about, doesn't matter with gender, talks about collaboration, talks about more decision making based on coming to consensus, might be pushed aside. So there's overrepresentation of a certain kind of data which is already built into performance management, which might be biased against the people who are underrepresented. I'll give another live example. In my previous organizations, we were doing profiling, persona creation of the kind of people we want to hire in the sales channels. And surprise, surprise, the algorithm came back saying you cannot hire youngsters. So primarily what the algorithm said, that you should hire middle-aged white men. I mean, not white, but you get my drift, right? Because those are the kind of people the organization was hiring, correct? There was underrepresentation of women, there was underrepresentation of youngsters, and whoever was there either performed well or not, or average performance was there. So algorithm said you cannot hire those people. So that also creates a bias in performance management. Another process of feedback in the entire performance evaluation process, Pranay, if the algorithm, the AI says that a person who is given more feedback is likely to have poor performance, or some algorithm might say a person who's being given more feedback or seeking more feedback, as one of the panelists mentioned, is actually a good performer, and hence, more work coming his or her way. Even that has biases. Now, how to mitigate is to have the human touch there. So algorithm and AI will play its role, and HR's role, I think, is really how to mitigate, how to look into the data, how to have the feedback loops, how to be able to identify, learn about, learn the capability to identify these biases which might be there in the data. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. I think all of us have been at the receiving end of biases when it comes to, I mean, I book a cab and I see that two people booking from the same location get different prices. But it's good to know that in HR practices, there are checks that can ensure that these biases are taken care of.
I must share with you something outside of the India. So here we select the driver based on the ratings, right? The Ola, Uber. Outside, I believe they are also rating us. So yes, and then you have to be at your best. You cannot really be misbehaving with the Uber driver. India also has excellent, yeah. Yeah, excellent. All right.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your thoughts. Rashid, sir, my question to you would be, how do AI-driven HR processes affect employee morale, satisfaction, and mental health in the organization? And how do organizations plan to overcome these challenges?
Thanks, Pranay. Thank you for having me here, and great listening to the panelists. I think it makes my job easier when I speak at the last. I was thinking that some of your question will help me respond based on the inputs from here. But having said that, before I get into that, Pranay, when you're talking about AI and the rate at which discussion on AI is happening and the evolution on AI is happening, if I draw an analogy, maybe
they say there's an elephant in the room. So this is also like an elephant in the room. Only thing I look at AI different from the metaphorical elephant in the room is that it is continuously changing its shape and size. And you don't know which direction it grows and which it shrinks and when it does that and what triggers that. So therefore, it is important to be mindful of that pattern and behavior. And I agree, and most of my panelists have mentioned that you have to keep human at the center. If you don't do that, then you have created a monster which you cannot tame. That becomes difficult. And some of the examples which you have given about biases. Now, if you look at morale and engagement and mental health, if, for example, I look at a normal workforce employee in any organization, and with a very lesser adoption of technology, you see people involved into a lot of routine exercise, routine work, which impacts your physical, mental state of mind and your fatigue and health, etc. Now, if you take out and technology helps you do that, you're relieving them from that kind of a work and they can do something more meaningful. Probably it can help people find their purpose faster. And that is at the core of happiness, well-being, and everything. So we have to look at it from that perspective. Mental health, and that is one subject which is very, very important today and gaining traction. And I think less is said about it, but very significant in kind of retaining talent, looking at them. People need help, and that's a subject, technology or no technology. If you look at the culture, especially our culture, it's considered as a taboo, and you don't talk very openly about it. But as responsible organizations, corporates, you would like to help people improve and take care of mental health. Technology can be a powerful enabler if in a subtle way it helps you provide leads where you can work. Having said that, if you don't do it mindfully, you run the risk of encroaching into privacy and lives of people which they would otherwise not like to kind of share. How do you strike that balance that in a subtle way you pick up that signals and provide that support? So it's more about balancing. There's an opportunity to tame technology and use it judiciously, but very important is you have to think ahead of technology if you really want to use it for your advantage. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. So in fact, we will be discussing how we can balance the innovations and the ethics aspects of AI going forward. RK, sir, with your permission, I'm using that reference. So my next question to you would be, in the fast-growing sector of affordable housing, what HR strategies and practices you have found to be most effective in attracting, retaining, and developing talent?
We continue to struggle to get talent, so I can, with some level of certainty, some of what is happening in affordable housing is that, I mean, post-COVID, there's a huge growth in the sector. A lot of people now want to have their own houses. I mean, even against conventional wisdom that house is not an investment, it gives poorer returns, etc. A lot more people want to build house, and therefore it's good for us. We're in that business of giving home loans. So what's happening because of that explosion, that increase in business, is that suddenly you need to be present in different places, which otherwise were not places which were known for business for us. So we've started to increase presence. As an organization, there are two choices. One, you move your internal people to head those new regions, new branches, etc., or you hire from outside. And that's where the challenge starts. That organizational knowledge, the way in which we do business, the culture, organizations which are in, say, financial services, the biggest question mark is fraud. How do you ensure that whatever you're doing is free from fraud? There is that doesn't creep in, bad practices don't come in, etc. So we will have to balance out moving internal people to such locations with availability of talent. I mean, not everybody would want to, who's sitting in Ahmedabad doing a large branch, managing a large branch, wants to move to Mehsana and start working there, right? So what do we do in Mehsana then? If Mehsana is now the most upcoming market, what do we do there? If Himmatnagar is the place that we want to start a branch, what do we do there? So that's where the growth starts giving headaches to people. So we found a balance. We said we will hire local talent to a certain level, which is people who will be on the field because they understand that location, they know that place well, etc. But the overseer, somebody who's managing that branch, managing that region, would be someone who spent at least 3 to 5 years with the organization. So if you were to balance out, and I think Rashid beautifully spoke about balance. If you were to balance out what is internal to you and what you're getting externally, and then ensure that becomes your presence, your way of doing things across the organization, that helps you move faster. There is dearth of talent everywhere. I think I can speak for most of the panelists here. They wouldn't say that we just have as many people we need. It is difficult to get talent. I mean, I can see most of you sitting and wondering, okay, where will I go? What will happen to me? But we're equally anxious, each of us. How many will we get from here? Will anybody join us, etc. So that's the balance that we'll have to strike and ensure that the right talent comes in, right place, fixes it up, and starts delivering. So that's from an HR point of view, something I can say.
Thank you. Here, I would like to use the opportunity to ask if any of you would like to add to this, because Sir mentioned that most of you would be under the same thought process where you're trying to strike that balance. So if probably any of you would want to add on to that, and especially considering the highly competitive and tech integrated environment that we have, according to you, what do you think are the best practices that you have adopted in your organizations? All right, I'll actually proceed. So Shannon sir, one question to you would be, what are the current legal and regulatory frameworks around the use of AI in HR, and how can organizations stay compliant with it?
Legal and regulatory framework, the use of AI at a very nascent stage. So I think in 2018, the Ministry of Commerce and Industry has created a task force. So what I was saying that I think the legal and regulatory framework are at a very nascent stage in terms of use of AI in HR. In 2018, Ministry of Commerce and Industry has created a task force to come up with a policy framework and the use case for AI technology. And 2019, a report was submitted. We talked about we should have a national level AI framework, as well as there was a recommendation to open an AI technology institute. In the US, they have proposed a decision-making bill while using technology, Algorithm Accountability Act, which is also being proposed in the US. I'm not sure whether it's implemented. Interesting thing what Illinois again in the US has done is they have this AI-based video interviews that are done. So it has been regulated by the state there. So what it means, organizations which are using AI for screening candidates, they have to tell the candidate that you are they're using AI for interview. How will they use it? And what is the analysis of that AI? So these are certain things that in some parts of the world it's happening. But if you see, there are a lot of legal and regulatory frameworks already existing in HR. So be it recruitment, compensation, or working conditions. So as an HR, I think what's important is to understand how, while designing any AI or ML, how you can integrate the requirements of these regulatory frameworks in your models. So again, coming back, for example, data privacy is a big thing, is a big challenge. And with technology, what happens? Technology gives scale. And with scale, the risk also increases multifolds. So the data protection, for example, or the regulation of GDPR. So if you're designing as an HR, any talent management or a database for the entire organization. And when it goes at global level, you have to be really careful because at each geography, the regulations are very different. So how you will use the existing rules and regulation, understand them, and then implement in your process becomes a very important part for important role for HR to play. And I think, you know, what one skill which is really important is to be curious. You have to be really very curious to understand these regulations and legal frameworks. So at times they are not very interesting. At times they may get very boring, but now it has become a requirement. So HRs have to be curious to understand these requirements and framework, and then ensure that they are implemented in various models and tools they are using. So that's what I'd like to say.
Understood, sir. Understood. Thank you. Of course, ma'am, please.
So the Digital Personal Data Protection Act is now in force in India. And it is scary. It is really scary because anyone can complain about the misuse of their personal data. And the companies have, the fine is 250 crores. So that's for, you know, one breach. That's right. And from HR perspective, so for example, we do background verifications, right? Now, tomorrow we have to take consent from people to do background verification. If somebody says that, no, you should not, then I do not know what are we going to do. We do cross-sell, you know, in life insurance, we do cross-sell to customers. Now, if the customer says, no, I mean, you cannot use any of the data that you're collecting from me, the pattern of spending, my pattern of usage, my pattern of risk and everything, pattern of my credit spending, credit. If they say no, then we cannot. So it is enforced, Shanil, now in India. And so all of you, the data scientists and all, in fact, our data head, our data and analytics head said that, oh, what am I going to do now? What is my job? So yeah, so I think there's a twist in the tail and very interesting things now. So, but the offshore, outside India, these things are already enforced. So.
One small example. So recently we have seen multiple cases in the organization. So when we have the database, employee database, we have emergency contact number. So it's like something which is mandatory, and you need, if you need to contact some of the employees in emergency. Now, there have been instances where managers will request HR that I need an emergency contact number or emergency detail because they are not able to connect, or HR is not able to connect. Now, with the data protection, the concern or the challenge is that when to give and when not to give. So if somebody is asking for emergency or personal detail, and personal detail, maybe his contact number is of your spouse. Now, as an HR, it's a big dilemma that should I or should not hand over that data. And then it becomes really important for organizations to really have clarity and provide to people at operational level so that organization can cover a lot of risks which will come by sharing this data.
Surely, I mean, data privacy is one sensitive topic that, I mean, all of us are sensitive about our data, so we expect the same. So just trying to also understand one thing. You mentioned that, you know, things are already being implemented in the West. How far along is India in implementing similar regulations when it comes to data privacy practices, and especially to do with data that you know, we're sharing with companies, we're sharing with our organizations, with our HRs?
Yeah. Yeah, I think from a regulation point of view, we're not very far. I think we're at par or sometimes better. I mean, at least in, but the problem is cultural. We find it okay. So I was talking to somebody the other day. The person manages France as well. So we have this, in most organizations have this whole birthday celebration, right? And every day somebody's birthday, an email goes out, happy birthday, hundreds of people will start messaging happy birthday. So when they took over a company in France, they did the same thing. The first day the mail went out, happy birthday, the entire organization went up in arms. How can you share something which is so sensitive with my name, my photograph, and my birthday? He said, you can't share this. I mean, so that's the problem. I mean, it's not regulation anymore. For India, I think it will be cultural. How do we, as organization, start thinking culturally data privacy? I think a wonderful example of emergency contact. Did I, at the beginning, take consent that I will share this emergency contact number with hundreds of other people? So we have this call tree, right? Suddenly, if there's a flood, there is something, there's earthquake, you start the call tree. If somebody is not reachable, you'll call X numbers. I mean, you'll send somebody to their home. So you have the home address, so on and so forth. So there are multiple use cases where you're sharing data very, very freely today with multiple people. You want to take everybody on a tour, right? We want to celebrate something, or we have a sales meet. All the data of all our employees for ticketing purpose is given to somebody. And you will run a poll, you will put a Mentimeter when you want to ask some question. So you put a QR code and ask everybody to scan that code and then answer the question. Some of these things come so naturally to us, so easy to us when we were embracing technology. I think that's the part that we will need to change as individuals, not just about regulation. Regulation, I guess, I think Richard had said, we have some very stringent regulations. It's the mindset that needs to change now.
Our own consciousness.
Our own conscious, yeah.
I'm just going to add a little bit to this. So organizations have something what we call as dark data. So dark data is data that we would have put together or lying with us and we don't know what purpose is for, like for example the Mentimeter. And so there are a lot of available data that is lying with us. So what happens is once you start using that dark data to put together analysis, inferences, trends, patterns, that's where we are in murky waters. And because, and I'm just going to quote some research here by two professors, they had done it in HEC Paris, and they said there has to be 5 Ps when you get into data analytics, and especially we use AI, machine learning data to train them. We feed data into them, right? So first P was provenance. Where was this data created? What was the purpose of this data? So I'll give an example here again from France, as Ramakrishna shared. There was a large bank in France and they said, we are going to look at emails that are being shared in the organization to find early signs of bullying and sexual harassment, which is a very established hypothesis that before any form of bullying, any form of overt bullying or harassment happens, it starts on emails or it starts on behaviors, and emails are a good way of judging that behavior. So everyone got excited, like, DI practitioners like myself would have also gotten very excited with that data, that even before I get into those long investigations, if I can do that trend analysis, it will make my life easier. So they did that. And they also found a correlation between the emails and the behavior. But what the GDPR that Sharil talked about, they had some concept of an institutional review board, IRB. When they took this data, before they could utilize it to IRB shot it down. For the very reason that the reason for which these emails were written and the reasons for which this email is being used are 2 different things. And that's where you are breaching into privacy of the employees by utilizing them for a reason which was not they were meant for. And hence it is for some of us a very cautionary tale that the provenance of the data and the purpose of the data and how you utilize it and how you share it have to be in the same line. And I just wanted to add that on top of it, because that's the thing we get into as we train our models.
So, Abhishek sir, my next question to you would be, Shanil sir also threw some light on this aspect about data being used in terms of recruitment and how practices need to evolve. So a question to you would be that how can organizations promote transparency and accountability in their AI-driven recruitment processes to build trust among the employees and the candidates who are appearing for the interviews?
Right. I'll give you a live example. We spoke about cultural nuances while dealing with data in India. So in my last role, I was in the US, and I had the fortune of co-leading diversity, equity, and inclusion for KPMG in Americas. I have to say that it was an eye-opening job for me. The amount of data I saw and how biases set in through data. So one of them was to look at why do we in recruitment not have enough pipeline of underrepresented population, right? So we said, there are 15% Black people in ready to be hired Black people in the United States, but why do we only have 3% coming in through our pipeline? We, our company had a system of filtering individuals, right? So you would ask like 4 or 5 questions, and if the answers to them match our requirement, you get called for an interview, right? We noted that of the 1,000 people who filled in forms, only 3 or 4% were people from underrepresented populations. And these were questions like CGPA, questions like where do you come from, schooling or whatever, right? Perfectly okay questions to ask. But the system was creating a real bias. We were only getting 3% people who were underrepresented. So I think, and the other piece of example I want to give you is that the currency for any consulting organization is its people's utilization, right? The more utilized people are, the more revenues you generate, right? Because it's a simple mathematics of hours by the rate, right? We noted that that in the first year at KPMG, and I'm sharing some sensitive data here, but I will give this example. In the first year, in the consulting environment, the students of Black color and Hispanic background were 20% less utilized than their white counterparts. 20% is a big number. And you're all sitting on the same platform, like you come from college, you have the similar backgrounds, similar academics, no qualifications, no experience as such, but you still had 20% lower utilization. The point I'm trying to make is what do organizations do with that data, right? And when you move on to different aspects of using that, and not just DEI, you look at recruitment, you look at performance management, and there are enough and more bad use cases of AI as well. I read an example that one of the companies, they used an AI-driven recruiting tool and noted that they were getting lesser and lesser number of women candidates. It was a tech company because they had trained their AI on the general gender gap in technology business, right? There are generally lower number of women in the technology industry, especially at senior levels. So clearly, yeah, as you look at data and as you analyze data, you will know that there are a number of things that you need to be cognizant of. Accountability and transparency is key. You've got to be making sure that when you're collecting data, you let people know, and I'm not going to repeat what the panel has already said. It's important that the boards play a role, the management plays an important role. Like a great example was just given by Neha around board turned down the idea of using that data. So I think the general level of consciousness, making sure that there is transparency, there is accountability. You have AI and ethics committees in your companies. You tell people why you're using data. If you're coming up with an intervention in the company using data and AI, please make sure you tell them that there is AI, has been generated. And finally, like all my co-panelists have said, there always must be human oversight. And I don't think there is any AI in the world that's replacing human oversight.
Thank you. Thank you for that thought, sir. Neha ma'am, a question to you. What ethical safeguards should be in place to protect individual privacy, and well-being when using AI to predict and prevent burnout and mental health issues among employees?
Like all of us have, talked about, ability to store, encode, analyze data is among the competitive advantage the organizations have. And of course, same kind of pros from business to how some of the HR practices is. And there are multiple data points that, we collect on a day-to-day basis. So for example, if in one of my projects, I had built a data model which gave it 69% probability if an employee is a flight risk in the next 6 months to 12 months. And we gave them a rating of red, amber, and green. The usage of that data was to do stake conversations and to identify triggers and drive retention. But it could have been taken further, right? I could have used that data to look for promotions, to use it for making the career maps, for retention. The extension, again, the purpose for which the data was put together vis-a-vis the extension and applications could be many. So with that, any form of data can lead to abuse. And I'm just going to quote Spider-Man here because I think this, folks will get it. With great power comes great responsibility. And data is great power in our hands. And with more and more AI doing those computations faster and faster, there is more and more ability for us to drive certain patterns and use it the way that we want. And hence, it becomes very important what I just shared some time back. And everyone here has talked about in terms of regulation. It is important to be very clear how your data originated, what was the provenance for that data, what is the purpose for which you're going to use that data, how you will protect that data, how you will share that data. So we all use multiple level of encryption as well as randomization softwares when we share our data. There are NDAs between organizations when they're sharing it. But again, there has to be clear guidelines on what it is because it's very easy to break some of that to identify. And the whole last part is privacy. The problem with some of these pieces is, and that's where the whole ethics comes in, is exactly what Ruchira said, right? If there is personally identifiable information, that makes the data dangerous. So some of these things will help. And what Abhishek also talked about is to have a board, have an internal review board with your ethics officers, with your data scientists, maybe potentially your legal, so that you're able to review the new use cases because the excitement is palpable, right? Everybody wants a Jarvis in their ears and, guiding them on day to day. I would love it to walk into my office and have Jarvis telling me what to do. But before we get to Jarvis, I think it's important that we know what we're going to use that data for.
Yes, ma'am, please.
So Neha very rightly mentioned about the possible internal misuse of the data. I shudder to think if those personal data points, especially about health and wellness, gets into an external hand. And we all know that cyber attacks are now the norms of the day. I was watching this series called The Morning Show, and there actually very, very personal data leaks, and it's a cyber attack on a news channel. And how I've seen only the 3rd episode, so I'm waiting to see what happens next. So not just internal use, external also how it can impact. Is HR fraternity responsible for that? Maybe no, but as in all of us are CHROs and CXOs, how we influence the boards and the organization to have these strong firewalls or whatever those tech terms are to protect the data from outsiders also.
These days, when you download an app, you get a message, ask app not to track. It's only Apple. Okay, I have an Apple phone, so. But it's a very cheeky way, in my opinion, to collect your data. And I'll give you another funny example. when I was in the US, you have the system of putting your garbage bin outside on the street so that the garbage truck takes it. And one day I was telling my wife that, we need to clean our garbage bin. It's dirty. So one of these days, and lo and behold, on my Facebook page, I started getting ads that showed, we clean your garbage bin for like $15 or something like that. And it's amazing how our data is being collected and being used, right? So,
yeah. I think the dilemma here is, and stemming from your question, is as organizations, if you're not, we need to focus on well-being, right? We need to do something about health. So once we start outsourcing this piece, how much of that information goes out? I mean, that's the crazy part. So we will tie up with a mental wellness provider. Okay, the mental wellness provider is now making calls to our employees. What kind of information is going out? What is it that they are doing? So the degrees of separation today, or the degrees saying that, okay, it's not me who's collecting and therefore I don't have to worry, is no longer existing. So if you have a mental wellness provider, service provider, or physical wellness, or any other such well-being service providers, it is important as people in HR to be able to audit what they are doing with that data. Are they keeping it confidential? Are they ensuring that the data that we are providing to them to be able to effectively help our people is stored properly? Do we have enough safeguards? Do we ensure that if there is a breach, there is something that they're culpable for? I think that is where most of us are a lot more casual about. So we're now starting to look at our own organizations, but are we paying equal attention to our partners, our vendors, our stakeholders, everybody else who has information? And I'm only focusing right now on employee information. Now extend that to customer information. We are also responsible for that. And then there are hundreds of other stakeholders who will start coming in. So it's a scary myriad of things that are going around. But in the hope to do a lot of good, we might slowly but surely slipping into this whole, ability to not keep the data proper. I think that's the challenge, that if you run behind a new tech that has come up, okay, somebody's now started smart rings. So let's give everybody a smart ring in the organization. What is board doing with my data? I don't know. So you need to first answer that question before you start running behind the new and emerging technologies. What is it that they're going to do with it? And like everybody says, there is no free lunches. If somebody is giving something for free, somebody says, okay, we want to give something for free, we will do your medical checkups for free. I mean, I have like hundreds of that emails that come. We will manage all your employees' health. We will do it for free. Companies need not do anything. There's another email the other day which said, we will give early salary to your employees. Okay, BNPL, easy payday loans, etc. We'll do it for free. There is no charge to the organization. I mean, there is a charge. So start thinking, what is that charge? And then start using your experience, your knowledge to ensure that that doesn't happen.
Just want to add one example here, since we're talking about data. See, it's very powerful the way it is used. I was working on a project a few years back, and while doing some research, so I came across the example. So there's a company in the US, insurance company, and they were developing an app which will track the frequency and compliance of a patient's taking medicine. So a diabetes patient is required to take medicine, say, once or twice in a day. And it's like, mostly it's forever, for your entire lifetime. So every time you take that pill, you have to scan on the app, and automatically the data will be stored in the system. In future, in case you have missed somewhere, maybe 2, 5, 10 weeks back, taking a pill, there's a possibility your future claims may get impacted. So now, like from an ethics perspective, I have to take medicine 365 days in a year. I miss twice, and that will impact my pay. And this was becoming a problem mostly with senior citizens, because many times it was happening, they are not used to technology, they are not able to use the technology. They are the people who were suffering for such lifestyle issues, and it became a big problem. So right, wrong, how ethical it is, it's a question to think over.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for sharing that example. In fact, I'd like to shift gears and kind of move the conversation towards how we strike the balance. And this is where Ruchira ma'am, I'd like to come to you. Sir has already shared an example of how AI is driving one of these aspects. I wanted to discuss with you that if you'd be able to share some real world examples of companies, probably in your organizations or organizations that you're in touch with, that have successfully navigated the ethical challenges of implementing AI in HR, and what lessons can other organizations learn or impart to one another?
So I went to chatbot and got the answer. So I'm going to read it out to you. Because seriously, I didn't know which companies are mitigating these kind of risks. And excellent examples, by the way. And if you are not using chatbot to your advantage, you're missing out on something. So my favorite, and it listed almost 12 to 15 examples. My favorite was PwC. It says that it employs AI in talent management. And the lesson is that AI should augment and not replace the human judgment. So they use AI to provide data about an employee, but it's HR who finally takes the decision. So I think, so again, a very human-centered approach, which is something that I prefer. Another example was from IBM, which has something called AI Fairness 360. Again, a very good example of an open source toolkit to help organizations detect and mitigate bias in AI models. I think so, good tool to use. So that's another one. And since it's open source, I think then people can also share and learn from each other. So that's another one. The third one, which I liked, was Salesforce. And since all of us are talking about recruitment, so they have a AI-driven recruiting, but they do regular audits and adjustments that are crucial. So, we all spoke about underrepresentation, overrepresentation of data while we are recruiting. So that decreases the bias. The fourth one, which I liked, was about Google, and which was about responsible AI research. So the research itself is something that they publish data about it, addressing the biases. So they are proactively doing research. So AI helps. If chatbot would not have been there, I don't know how I would have really intelligently answered this question.
I think many of our batchmates are encouraged by that. Rashid, sir, I come back to you. How can AI effectively be utilized to enhance employee engagement activities and ensure that technological advances, they align with driving the organization's culture through people-centric approaches?
I think many of this has been already kind of discussed, but there is it's a huge potential and a powerful tool. And I'll give you an example, which is what we have done a few months back. Typically, all organizations do an employee engagement study. Yeah, we also did an engagement study. So there was an engagement study. Data is in two parts. When you see the results, there is an engagement score, which is slicing and dicing of various demographies, and there is a verbatim score. So engagement score will give you a certain percentage, and you'll figure out which business, which age group, which geography, good, bad, etc. I was trying to find more meaning into that data because we had done that exercise first time for the blue-collar workforce. And we were a little kind of anxious in a manner that will they be able to understand? We were doing it first time for the blue-collar through technology. Otherwise, it used to be a hard copy exercise, pen, paper. I come from a manufacturing background, and I have kind of 60% of my workforce is in blue collar, unionized, and that kind of a skill category. So we did that exercise. And when we looked at the scores, the white collar scores were consistent and we were more predictable and understandable. When we looked at blue collar scores, we found that for the same practice which we have, the voice and the concern is very different for these two set of people. Which kind of made my life difficult as to if I have to do an action planning and kind of move the needle, where is it that I work? Which area do I focus on? Especially where the practices were same, but the scores were completely different. We use technology to find out the verbatim remarks sentiment analysis, which gave us, and we used it. Normally we do the survey with a partner, but this thing we used in-house because the partner will only give you this as the scores. We used the verbatim from the survey without, of course, not knowing who gave what, and try to find out what is the sentiment when people speak verbatim compared to when they are just rating on a pre-decided question. Eye-opener. No? We realized that in some cases, the understanding of the question probably would have not been right, or it could have been paraphrased differently, or probably people's behavior to respond through technology for that segment of workforce needs to kind of, you need to help them. So this is where either I say I dismiss and say they don't understand, I just ignore. That is one way of looking at it. Secondly, you said it cancels good feedback, bad feedback, or more or less we are there. So don't do anything. The third is to kind of probe. Then technology helps you probe. So it helps, and it helps understand a lot of things. So that is one area. Now you see, and people have talked about how it can help you. It can help you if probably identifying the right mentor for people in my organization. Okay. It can help you through a natural language processing approach. It can help you in doing skilling and doing the right kind of a development. And as our panelists have mentioned about, say, developing career paths. So there are ways in which you have to look at, but it is very important that you should understand that, and just before this, we were talking about ethics, etc. on AI. You have to understand that don't let AI decide or guide your ethical principles. And we run that risk when you have too much of data which is happening, when you've got too much of analysis which is happening. And after all, we are all human and we carry our biases. And any data which is fed, and machine learning is principally based on the data, the historical data. We are human, we feed data with our biases, and the judgment will come with that bias. And as Abhishek mentioned about that technology company, they did that recruitment and only when folks were. So it is important to kind of balance that. The other thing is, which I missed, and maybe probably on the liability part and the legal thing, is when there are organizations and in the countries where you have, say, driverless cars, right? Suppose it becomes a way of life. The driverless car does an accident, hits somebody, does some damage. Who do you hold accountable? Think of the Elon Musk. A thing that this car was moving in Himmatnagar. Okay. Going to be a reality soon. Where do you put that liability? This is something which is still emerging. And then you talk about, say, ethics, and then then is legal. Okay. Legal is a framework which will evolve. Ethics is more intuitive and driven by your culture. Okay. So you are looking at data at a local level, you're looking at it at a cultural level. Okay. Legal will follow your ethical thing. So I always insist that saying, let technology make your life simpler. Let technology or AI not influence your principles and values. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that statement. While I have a lot more questions, my batch is also eager to ask their set of questions. So what we'll do is we'll now open the questions for the batch. And I request if the volunteers could help us with the mics, please.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
Hello. Hello, ma'ams. Hello, sirs. Welcome to this conclave at XLRI. My name is Oindrala, and I have prior work experience in Standard Chartered GVS and Tata Steel. So I'm sure AI has proved to be efficient and useful in quite a number of HR practices. And my question comes from kind of an amalgamation from what Neha ma'am and Rashid sir had to say. That is, we know human touch is imperative for efficient and successful HR implementation practices. And we also know AI does not have emotions. So my question is, how far do you think with the evolution of AI that it can get close to ensuring efficiency in practices wherein there is something more than just black and gray, like subjective matters, like, for example, checking on mental health of employees, where you cannot just learn an algorithm using keywords?
So, Andrea, a great question. I would a little disagree with the point that does not have emotions. You've got chatbots who are giving you company and addressing your loneliness problems. So in a manner, it is moving there. Okay, technology is moving there. They're trying to do something on that front. I will not get into the quality of emotions and the kind of companionship it is providing or going to provide. And that remains. So that's the similarity between humanity and technology. I'm glad we find some common ground. But it is when we are saying that how it can help you address, say, mental health issues in a more objective manner without too much of kind of encroaching into the privacy into your life. We are not saying that AI will solve your mental health problem. And I would kind of put mental health or well-being as a subject, which is, I always insist on putting it completely differently from any of the other HR processes. And people may agree, not agree. And the approach to this when using technology or when defining your policies or when doing your engagement with people on this subject has to be very different than the approach you take for career, for PMS, for job rotations, for recruitment, for all of this. Because I find that everything which you do for people is anchored around well-being of people. And if you have to address that problem in a more deeper and a sensitive manner. Where technology can help you is probably in a subtle way, provide you leads to say, this is what is a common concern coming in the organization or a part of the organization. And it can be around anxieties, can be around burnout, it can be around leadership styles, it can be around psychological safety, it can be around anything. You have to pick up that thing, which is a common thing running around, and then do a deeper analysis and say, what is an intervention which I have to do? Never let technology do an intervention for you, especially on subjects like this. Because when it comes to health, well-being, or even employee engagement, any bad judgment or an error where you as leadership or HR has lost trust of your people, it was very difficult to build going forward. Use technology to get leads, use technology to get analysis, to find kind of ways of managing, but don't let it intervene on behalf of the organization.
I absolutely agree with Rashid here. And I'll maybe give an example, and before that, one comment. Are we here mental health practitioners? We are not, right? It is a very specialized field. And as organizations or as HR leaders within the organizations, we should lean on experts to help solve for this. We can have mechanisms within the organizations that allow people to seek support and health. But as Rashid said, and I completely agree, as leaders or as HR practitioners, it is not an area that we are an expert in. Now, as roles within the organization are evolving, we are expected to know a little bit more about it. People are more open and vocal about their stresses, burnout, or their mental health within the organization. Having said that, our employees being open and vocal doesn't mean that we become an expert in that field. So we should always have structures and mechanisms that allow people to seek the right help, because trust once lost can never be gained. The second thing that I would talk about is an example, like you talked about AI being used, right? Now AI helps to scale. So I'll give an example of Amazon Flex. I don't know if any of you have heard here, but Amazon in US has flex drivers. So people who at a $25 per hour hourly rate can be drivers for Amazon, where they pick up the stuff from warehouse or delivery stations. Basically, they're last mile delivery from an Amazon context, and help deliver the package to the customer. Now, they help Amazon fulfill their promise of 1 day, 2 day prime delivery. Flex is run on AI. So what a Flex AI tool does, it charts the path for the drivers and enables them to do delivery, helps them find the shortest route and everything. Flex also rates driver. So from great to at risk ratings. Now, while it is enabling, and again, it is using the data that has just been fed to, right? Now, delivering in Himmatnagar or, Parel may be very different from delivering in Jamshedpur or, some of better infrastructure cities in India. And if, for example, Flex was in Bangalore, I don't know how it would have worked also, given the traffic situation. So, but what it does help is help it scale for 2 million drivers and help them identify bad ones from good ones. Now, of course, there might be some errors. And then for those errors, there's a mechanism that they have, which is called as a 10-day appeal, which allows a Flex driver who they feel have been wrongly been put at risk or have been terminated from their Flex services, they can appeal in a 10 day, and that's where the whole investigation is done by a team. So you augment, AI helps you to scale, but then you have humans who are driving some parts of it, so that you have that, of course, the touch, and you're able to take the decision that AI is not able to.
Do we have more questions?
Hi. Hi, good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you so much for taking the time to interact with us all on such an interesting topic. My name is Mehek, and I have over 5 years of experience in marketing and business development. So my question is, as AI is becoming more and more integrated into HR decision-making practices, how can organizations ensure transparency and accountability in process like performance evaluation or appraisals, promotions?
We've done this a bit in our organization. We've tried to bring in the aspects of data warehouse, artificial intelligence, and a bit of machine learning into performance, and then the decisions are made basis that. So for our relationship managers, people who are on the field, who are driving our disbursals and collections, these people are rated basis their performance, and that performance is coming directly from the system. So there aren't any managers who are sitting and rating you as individuals. So in most, if you're reading performance management, you'll have self-appraisal, manager appraisal, and then there is bell curve, and then there is somebody overruling the bell curve, cutting the bell into different halves, and then finally giving something. So that entire process is eliminated in our place. We have, I mean, we use Salesforce. So as RMs, you use Salesforce. So right from the opportunity stage to making your case, disbursal, then collections, all the efforts that you put in collections, every information is available on Salesforce. And then there are our loan management system and origination systems. All of those are, the data is all collected. A bit technical here, but all of that goes into a data warehouse. Data warehouse pulls out information, provides it on a dashboard. So where the transparency comes is in making sure that all of this is available for the individual employee on a click of a button. So we have what is called an RM Pro, like the iPhone Pro. People can, they're able to view their performance on their dashboards, individual dashboards. Personally, they can say, okay, my rating as on date is 85C. If I have to move from C to A, these are the 3 things that I need to do. If I need to cross 100 because I want to earn more, so then these are the 5 things where I'm lacking. So I need to collect 3 more NPAs or hard bucket collections. I need to disperse 5 more loans. What do I need to do across? And then there is diversity in loans that you're sourcing. So source diversification, so on and so forth. So there are around 7 or 8 KRAs that our employees are measured on. So, so what we do after that is that we are presenting that information to each of these individuals at a click of a button on the dashboards, front and center. So if you're able to communicate that and say, okay, everything is here. If you have a question, you can always reach out to somebody. So we have a person who's sitting at the back, is able to respond to queries. Okay, you know what? I have had this collection. It is not reflecting. Maybe we have not created the receipt. But that question gets answered. Now we are also trying to put an AI to answer these questions. So we're trying that out. I don't know how much of that will be successful, but it is helping us scale. When we had just 200-300 people, it was easy to have these interactions, easy to have the manager tell them where they're going right, where they're not going right. But when you start having a lot more people, when people need individual information back, because I need continuous feedback, whether I'm doing well or not. I mean, when I started my career, annual appraisal was good enough. Today, I think it's a daily appraisal that people look for. I mean, you want every day somebody to give you 10 likes to tell that you've done a good job, right? We didn't have that problem when we started our careers, but today's generation is like that. If 3 days I don't get positive feedback, I think I will stop working for that organization, start moving to a different one. So you have to move with the generation that we have. So we created that daily dashboard, ensured that everything is available. People are able to see. So that brings in that transparency. And finally, the decisions have to be basis all of this. See, it's easier to do all of this, put all of this together, and finally, if you want to promote somebody, you promote your favorites. That does not really work. If you put everything out there, your decisions also have to be backed up by the same information. So nobody should be able to turn around and say, you know what, my performance is X, the other person's performance is Y, or my potential rating is A, somebody's potential rating is C, you promoted a C, you didn't promote an A. So we should have information that is available. So for example, we do our promotions to branch managers is not a automatic choice. So we don't, nobody chooses a branch manager. Branch managers have to be applied for. So position, if you want to be a branch manager, you apply to be a branch manager. There is a transparent mechanism through which you get filtered. And from filtration to the next level of interaction and then final placement, all of that is available on the system for people to see rather than choosing your own. So that, I think, solves some of the pieces when you're using AI for performance.
Right. I think this one small thing to add. Performance management, the classic problem that HR managers have is people come and tell them that I got this rating and my manager told me, मैंने तो तुमको अच्छा rating दिया था, ऊपर जाके कम कर दिया. Right? This is a classic issue that you hear from everyone. I think what AI will do is bring in that transparency to say that this data set was taken for a decision, and this is how you compared against your peers without taking names, of course, and but you'll bring in that transparency and accountability as you'd ask the question.
I think in our organization, we have the reverse problem. People say, my manager wants me to rate higher, the system is not rating me. So we now facing a little bit of a reverse problem on that.
So like for us, and I think it will be there in most of the organizations my panelists, fellow panelists work for. So data is there. So data gives you lots of insight, but we also have like organization values. And and we truly believe that these are the, for example, respect is one of the value. So apart from data, there are cohorts being created, and we have a panel which discuss in detail each and every individual. And decisions are taken if somebody is a good performer or a top performer, but it's not depicting those values which organizations stand for. So may not get a promotion. So that is something like from an AI perspective, you're getting a lot of data. It is helping you to take decision. But at the end of the day, the input that is coming from a human, that is from managers, peers, we don't do peers, but from managers, the interaction that is happening, the feedback that is coming is playing a very important role in assessing individuals and giving that feedback. And that helps us. Yeah, there are challenges because then again, there are biases, but with data and discussions, a lot of these biases are reduced. But it's not only the data that is coming and assessments done only on data. It's not like that, at least in our case.
Contradictory. So I have a 180-degree view of my co-panelists, contradictory actually. I think AI is a great tool to have an objective assessment of an individual. Otherwise, each of the manager will play a favorite, right? Each of the individual then brings in a perspective saying, oh, because of this and this reason, I didn't, my output was not great. AI brings in objectivity, AI brings in data, not really AI. Data brings in objectivity, data brings in exactly what should be measured and what is being done absolutely transparently it puts in. So the extraneous factor are the same for everybody, right? So A, within that extraneous factors performs at a higher level than B, that only an objective, transparent system can say. Otherwise, we all hear in performance management stories. So I actually have a view that we should more and more make performance management data-driven. Of course, after that, the value piece, which Anil spoke about, that's a different thing. That's a hygiene, that's hygiene that has to be there. If it is not there, then of course you take different actions. The ethical values are not present. So.
Very good morning to all the panelists. My name is Ritesh Kumar, and I have close to 8 years of experience in steel making operations. So just 5 months back, I was part of Tata Steel, and I was deployed at LDK. Thank you so much. So I was part of the Tata Steel family just 5 months back, and I'm glad to have 2 people coming from Tata Steel. I can see Rashid sir and Karan Lakhani sir, who are sitting over here. And when I talk about my question, there's been a lot of talk about the philosophy around AI and the other things about it. But I just wanted to ask about, if I talk about Tata Steel as a company, we have been almost 100 years old. And where are we in terms of the deployment of AI technology? And I would like to talk about what are the applications that we're using currently and what are the things that are in pipeline? If you could answer it, sir. Thank you so much.
An open secret. Okay. So, you are familiar, and some people who have visited the plant in the past would know and how steel technology works. When I had joined and post joining for the last, say, after that 10, 12 years, 14 years, we saw that there is a steel making process and it's a complete value chain. Hazards, etc., one thing, but the kind of the way in which this process runs, inherently there was a need to have technology which manages the proportion of the raw material, the manner and the extent to which it gets processed, and then it goes to the next customer and the next customer within the value chain. So there was a department which is called automation department, and they used to do something which is on the operator or the HOD screen, you can see those parameters, red, green, yellow. There are alarms and they say, no, this is not the right time to charge Coke, or this is not the right time, or this is the extent to which you should do. And it was happening. But this was happening on the shop floor, and it was through a CCTV, and there was something, etc. I don't know if you have visited Tata Steel, and if you've seen how it has changed. And so I'll tell you two shifts which has happened, and which is kind of future of work and application of technology in extremely, people intensive industry. Okay. We had an IT infrastructure and a huge IT team, which is comparable to some of the software companies in India, in-house. Okay. When this COVID stuck, and then work from home, hybrid model, this, that. One thing which was done was that your IT folks, all of you can work from home. And it was all working from home. Their offices were taken away from them. Okay. So even if they have to visit office for some work, they have to find, if they're lucky, they find a place or find a friend who can give you a company for some time. But you work from where you want. Okay. So to that extent, and they're all managing IT for the plant, but operating from wherever they are. That is the shift. The second thing which happened was that this IT building was situated, and I'm just giving you the live example, and anybody, you are free to visit, and I'll arrange for the gate pass if somebody is keen for this weekend. This IT building is just next to the entrance of the main plant. So as you enter Tata Steel plant, there's an IT building, then there's a corporate and the administration building. Then and this corporate setup is complete there. Then you enter and walk for a few miles, then you enter the main factory from where the manufacturing happens. This IT 4th-floor building was completely converted into a data center where all my plant key parameters are monitored, and people are operating the plant from that perspective, from that building, and not visiting the shop floor. This is to that extent, and you would have seen, and if you want, you can have a look. So to that extent, it is transformed. There is a lot of things which is happening, and which is kind of transforming in and changing the way it works, which is having an impact on agility and productivity. The third most important thing is safety. For us, an industry like us, safety is always priority. Now, if you see the technology trend in manufacturing, there is a concept which has come up already, and we are also trying to do that, and maybe hopefully we'll see in shortly, is a concept called dark plant, which is called dark factory. How many of you have heard about it? So if you see, what does a dark factory mean? And this is going to change even the laws which govern how an organization works. So the dark factory concept is that it is a manufacturing setup, but it is so much technology enabled that you don't need a single person on the shop floor, and therefore you don't need any light, and it is dark. Okay. And that is an area in which Tata Steel is working. Some of our European plants, they've made some advancement there. And that is where we are moving. So now, folks who are, say, your general management, and some of you will get into HR, and some of my people, friends and students here from the manufacturing background, you study, how many of you studies Factories Act? Huh? So, so quite a few hands I see. Now, this act is purely about how do you manage workmen on the shop floor. Now, you don't have a shop floor, workmen in the shop floor, which is going to create a situation where you have to manage the socio-economic conditions of the people who have been typically working there. Where do you engage? Then you come the challenge of scaling. Then you look at the applicability of laws. Then this law will evolve more around how is the health, well-being, and mental health evolving of people, irrespective of where they are working. Because the Factory Act says that if you have so many workers, you need to have a welfare officer, and the bathroom should be of this size. There has to be a creche, and there has to be a canteen of this kind of a dimension. You need all of this. So this is evolving, and the legal framework has to evolve over a period of time, align with that. So it has implication, but manufacturing companies and Tata Steel is quite advanced, especially in analytics and technology enablement. And I've yet to see this becoming a dark factory. We'll have more HR issues to solve when it becomes dark. So I'm not worried so much about the technology facilitation, more about the people implication.
Jobs will be safe.
Huh?
HR job will be safe.
I'm worried about HR. So you will know now you're an HR manager. I don't know what they'll call. Huh? Yeah.
Thank you.
I hope I've been able to respond.
Thank you to all the panelists for responding to all of our questions. I would now like to invite Harsh And Anukriti, back.
Hi again, everyone. As we draw an end to this panel discussion on AI ethics and human resource management to a close, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the distinguished speakers, moderator, and audience who made this session both informative and thought-provoking. Throughout our discussion today, we delved upon several key themes such as implementation of AI in HR practices, efficiency and fairness, data privacy, and legal considerations, to name a few. As we navigate further in the landscape of AI and work in the future, we must remain committed to upholding ethical standards, ensuring transparency, and promoting fairness. These principles will guide us in harnessing the power of AI to create the workplace that are not only technologically advanced, but also human-centered and inclusive. Once again, thanks to all our guests and the panelists.
While it was indeed an enlightening panel discussion, Neha's point about the MCU resonated the most with me. With great power does indeed come great responsibility. And now some of our panelists and guest speakers joined us in the middle of the discussion. So I would like to invite Professor Manoj Thomas to welcome them with a bouquet. I would like to call upon Ms. Gunjan Joshi. And our very own Excel alumni from last year, Pooja Mahindrakar. Guys, a greater round of applause. Mrs. Saswati Sinha. Mr. Karan Lakhani. And Mrs. Ruchi Sharma. Thank you, sir. I would now like to call upon Professor Kanagraj to felicitate our guests with a memento, our panelists from panel 1. We start with Ms. Ruchira Bharadwaja, sorry. Mr. Abhishek Tiwari. Mr. Ramakrishna Vyamjala. Mr. Shanil Verma. Ms. Neha Dikshit. And Mr. Rashid Jafri. I would now like to ask my batchmates to please proceed to the lobby for a group picture with the guests. The guests are requested to remain here. Your Spocks will accompany you. Batchmates, please.
welcome back. I hope you all are refreshed after a nice tea break and geared up for the next half of the session. We are excited to be here with you again after a thought-provoking panel discussion in the first half. Now, it's our pleasure to welcome another set of speakers for our next panel discussion. We are diving into an important topic, upskilling and reskilling in the metaverse era. Our experts are here to share their knowledge and insights on how to succeed in this fast-changing digital age. So let's not wait anymore and get started to meet our panelists. We'll now introduce each of the guests and request them to please come forward and join the panel. We would like to start with Mr. Rupesh Tripathi. Mr. Rupesh Tripathi is Partner HR in KPMG Global Services. And guys, we also have another alumni of XLRI. So another round of applause. Rupesh has over 2 decades of experience in HR, encompassing a broad spectrum of areas, including HR strategy, consulting, talent acquisition and management, leadership development, and succession planning. In his current role at KPMG, Rupesh is responsible for the development and execution of KPMG Global Services People Initiatives. Prior to KPMG, he has got a vast experience in companies such as Accenture India, IHS Markit, Bharti Retail, Bank of America, Mercer, and Steel Authority of India. Rupesh is a passionate marathon runner and also explores a variety of other interests, including reading, biking, painting, photography, and digital art. We welcome you, Rupesh.
Our second panelist is Ms. Ruchi Dhawan Sharma, Vice President and Head HR, Indigo. Ruchi is an experienced management professional with extensive experience in all facets of talent management, learning and development, and organizational development. She has worked in different roles of HR for 21 plus years, mostly in the BFSI and manufacturing sectors. In her current role as Vice President and Head HR, she's responsible for 20,000 plus employees, and she also leads the Office of Employee Relations. Ruchi is also a certified life and leadership coach from ICSF and a certified NLP practitioner. She's an avid reader and has a keen interest in spirituality and Indian philosophy. She's a PhD scholar and is currently pursuing a master's in Vedic literature. We welcome you, Ruchi.
Our third panelist for today is Mr. Gaurav Saini. Over his 20 plus years working in HR domain, Gaurav has managed board-level HR strategies, repaired sub-performing initiatives, and consulted senior-level executives. He enjoys amplifying employee experiences, revamping compensation elements, and accelerated development. He specializes in building the HR function for the startups and global companies that are establishing themselves in the emerging markets. Gaurav is currently working in HMD Global Nokia Phones as CHRO and managing APAC and MEA region. He has managed HR practices across various organizations such as Happiest Mind Technologies, IMI Mobile, the Tata Group, Hewitt Associates, Aviva, and Amway Corporation. He's passionate about influencing young minds and a well-recognized speaker across IITs and IIMs in India. We welcome you, Gaurav.
Our next panelist is Mr. Ashish Bhalla, Director and Head of Campus Relations at HCL Tech. Ashish is a multifaceted HR professional with over 20 years of diverse background in operations, project management, workforce planning, migration, and recruitment in India, the United States, and the United Kingdom. He currently leads MBA campus recruitment, cadre development programs, and work integrated learning programs at HCL Tech. He's a frequent speaker at various colleges and HR events. His commitment to making a positive change in the world, accompanied by his exuberant personality and problem-solving attitude, has had a long-lasting impact on people's minds. Motivated and excited by his desire to affect change. His desire to bring change to the student community and next-gen leaders keeps him motivated. Welcome, Ashish.
Moving on to our fifth panelist, Karan Lakhani. Karan comes with over 11 years of work experience in HR in Tata Steel and has worked in multiple geographies with diverse workforce and varied culture. Karan holds a post-graduation diploma in personnel management and industrial relations from Xavier Institute of Social Services and is a certified Tata Business Excellence Model Assessor from Tata Bex Group. He completed the Tata Senior HR Leadership Executive Program in 2022 from University of Cambridge. He is also a certified PPA practitioner. Welcome, Karan.
Our last panelist is Ms. Gunjan Joshi, Director, Talent Acquisition, Trident Limited. Gunjan has almost 8 years of experience in industrial relations and HR. In the recent assignment, she was entrusted with the responsibilities of head HR for expansion projects and has worked as the CPO for various plants. A few of her projects largely carry digitalization of training platforms, performance and talent management, learning and development, and compliances. She has completed the Strategic Human Resource Management Program in 2022 by IIM Ahmedabad. I would now like to call upon Sugandha Singh, a batchmate, to moderate the session.
Hello, everyone. Hello, speakers, and welcome back to KRONOS 23, where we continue to go deep into the metaverse and understand its impact and implication from the perspective of human resources. With the invaluable insights that we gained from the first panel discussion on the topic AI ethics in HR, we are now ready to take this day forward with more captivating discussions. But before that, I would once again like to welcome our speakers and express my heartfelt gratitude for taking their time out and addressing us on this very interesting topic, upskilling and reskilling in the metaverse era. This topic is not just timely, but also very essential in this world, which is interconnected and dynamic than ever before. So without any further ado, I would now take this to our speakers with my first question to Mr. Rupesh Tripathi. Sir, as we navigate the metaverse era, how do you see the AI-driven learning platforms and virtual environments transforming the traditional training methods? And can you share examples of how these technologies have already positively impacted the upskilling and reskilling of employees within your organization?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. And first of all, thank you for having us here. I'm coming back to campus after about 8 years. It's really changed. So yesterday I was telling somebody I started by finding Bodhi tree to just get my bearings right. And the other thing that I must compliment you guys is on the subtitle of your conclave, right, which says thriving in this world of AI and metaverse, and not surviving or not going with the doom and gloom of what's going to happen to our jobs as you go back. And as you heard in the first discussion, it was really interesting conversation, and maybe now the right way to look at AI and technology is as a support, right, as an assistance, as somebody who can help us become better, more productive. There was a question in the last panel around AI is getting emotions, for example, right? I firmly believe that while machine will be, if not already, is going to be the best doctor one can have when it comes to, let's say, diagnosis, something like a cancer, because of just the availability of so much of data that they would have in the real time. But it still be a human being, a human doctor who's best placed to convey that prognosis to the family. That role, I don't think, can ever be taken by AI. But having said that, I think metaverse, very interesting space. We have seen some ups and downs when it comes to adoption. There was a lot of interest in the beginning. There's huge amount of investment that went in. Saw a little bit of stagnation because many organizations did not see the ROI coming out of it. Some of the use cases where it was making sense for the business, like Lenskart, yesterday we were having a conversation. It thrived, but there are very many, where it was far more gimmicky rather than an actual an actual product. But when it comes to learning, I think there is a lot of use cases. Just imagine somebody learning how to do a surgery without necessarily endangering lives, right? Or somebody learning to work on machines in a nuclear reactor without necessarily getting exposed to radiation, right? So these are some of the examples which is already happening out there. So one clear differentiation that Metaverse provides is giving access to the world which otherwise would not be accessible to someone, right? The second one is, and in an immersive experience way. The second would be the kind of diversity that you can actually experience. And that's something which we have seen in some of the programs where you have colleagues from around the world coming together in a learning environment and learning from each other without, which wouldn't be possible, let's say, if it were a classroom. And again, not just, a Zoom meeting, but in a way where you are actually sitting and interacting with each other. The personalized path to learning that AI enablement within Metaverse can give, right? So while 20 people are going through the same course, everybody's pace of learning, style of learning, their current level of where they are, their interest, the goal where they want to get to be, could be different. And an AI can help chart that path, which could be very different for someone as compared to somebody else. And then we had this example of people trying to crack molecule structures, right, to fight diseases. So it kind of unleashes creativity without the physical boundaries that otherwise could happen. So those are some examples. And as we talk through, maybe I'll get into some of the specifics. But thank you for that question.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for those inputs. And definitely the AI world is currently, specifically the metaverse world is currently uncertain. But the use cases, like you said, are vast. So moving ahead with my next question to Ms. Ruchi. Ma'am, as sir rightly pointed out, the technology is evolving very fast, but the adoption is not able to keep pace with it right now. So how do you see that? Is the today's workforce really ready to own this new mode of learning? And how can aviation industry leverage the AI-driven learning platforms to enhance safety training of their pilots and crew members so they are ready to cater to any situations in the coming metaverse era?
Thank you. So I think there are two parts to question. One is, of course, how we do in aviation industry, how are you using AI? And secondly, of course, is technology moving too fast? I would say that technology has to be ahead of time to lead us. If technology doesn't move fast, we will be slower. So that's the right thing happening. The current generation, the Gen Z, is completely equipped to embrace the impatience, which is too high in the generations as they are coming. I think this is the only solution. Everything is fast, data-driven, proven. There's a fact behind it to prove whatever is happening. So I think adoption by millennial will not be a problem. And as far as space is concerned, I think it has to move ahead of time so that we catch up and we are there. Now, coming to the sector I come from, aviation, yes, while it comes to pilots training, simulators are used big way for training them. It cannot be after the flying hours, etc. They have to do a lot of typewriting. There are a lot of regular retraining which happens, which is completely done on a simulation form, right from weather condition to traffic conditions to various machine or parts failure. All are being simulated in a fashion for them to learn. Similarly, for crew, various environments that can happen in the real life at 37,000 feet are co-created on the land and they are being trained. Even our customer service agents whom you see at the airport, so many people, they're also trained with those data in the virtual environment, not really get into an irate customer and then solve an issue and what kind of issues come and how they have to react. So these are, I'm not saying we're up there when it comes to customer service executives training, but these are the potentials where this can be used. So also when it comes to engineers and maintenance, when the flight is above the air, there are sensors, which is called CARS, aviation communication and reporting system. Any part failure, anything happening up there, even at so much up in the air, are being communicated through system, and engineers down the ground are aware. They're more prepared. They're more data driven. They know which parts at which sector, which kind of weather actually creates problem. Accordingly, the training and the retraining is also scheduled. At which sector the engineers are to be trained on the certain pattern more. From changing parts, when the parts has to be changed before it actually goes for a failure. There are a lot of sensors and sensored information which comes to the ground engineers, and that's how they work towards rectifying, towards correcting, towards changing. So I think when it comes to flying in the air where you do not have ground to park your vehicle, so-called, and do some changes, this is the only way. And every time you cannot risk everything to learn. So for us, I think as far as this sector is concerned, all this is actually, as of now also, as I told, that pilot training across the world happens on simulators, certain hours of simulator training they have to do before they actually get into aircraft and fly. Beside on-air flying time, there are a lot more which can be done, which will save time, which will, increase productivity and also a consistent experience. One small example, you must have seen the life jackets under the seat, which always, that crew give you instruction that in case of emergency, take it out, that yellow jacket. So you won't know, but we have a huge issue in terms of that jackets being missing from the aircrafts. God knows, I mean, some passengers may be taking or misplaced, and also as a ritual every day, these jackets are to be counted because
chain like they have been trained.
So because you cannot fly as per DGCA guidelines without those jackets under the seat. So one person has to go or two person has to go. It was a 25-30 minutes ritual to go under the seat and check if it is there or not every day. Two, currently that we have RFIDs in these jackets, and there is a person with a tab with sensors. He just walks the aisle and he gets the complete count that how many jackets are there or not there. Because how it has been missing is a different story to find out, but to be replaced is very, very essential while we fly. We cannot, air is the safest mode of travel. We can't fly without those life jackets in. So this is a very, an example which has saved from 30 minutes to maybe 2 minutes for us, or 1.5 minutes for us. And of course, manpower and, that complete task of bending and checking. So from people's side also, a lot of wow. For time perspective, it was a lot of wow, and data is completely on the system. As small as a jacket under the seat to anything that you think around, I think this technology, this AI, metaverse, can definitely support. And again, one more point when it comes to new generation, I think I learned metaverse first from my son who plays Fortnite and Roblox. So that was my first exposure, to metaverse, and actually understand, okay, this is also a metaverse verse where he's playing. So I think the generation is completely equipped, ready to embrace. And of course, whatever we see around can be much more better with adoption of these kind of technology. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your experience. And definitely the life jacket part was a very interesting application of technology. And I recently read in a news that now fatigue meters are being used to test the fatigueness of pilots before and after the flights. So that is also a very interesting application of technology.
Health-wise, anyway, from health point of view, pilots, right from what they have consumed to, breath analyzer test and all, it has always been there. And a lot of technology, it is under camera, it is scrutinized, very stringent guidelines. So all those, lot of technologies are being used there anyway when it comes to pilot, and the entire cockpit being monitored. Okay. Even all recordings are there, they are monitored, the data is transmitted, it goes to safety team, the safety team goes through the entire transcription, what has happened, and also how we can improvise our safety trainings and safety briefings is those so minute. So I think a lot anyway, regulatory wise also, and the kind of, work it is to fly in the air, I think a lot have been done already. But in the, when it comes to the cabin, the lot that we have started doing, and I'm sure there are more to do.
So as rightly pointed out, in my view as well, the metaverse would find the major application in training industry. So moving ahead, the AI tech is already here. And even though there are perceptions that it will replace the human jobs, but the technology is already out and there is no way back. So the only way is to adapt to the technology and move forward. So on the same lines, my next question is to Gaurav sir. So with the rapid evolution of technology that we are talking about and the metaverse that is yet to come, how should the organizations approach the long-term sustainability of their upskilling and reskilling initiatives? And what role does continuous adaptation play in this context?
Thank you. First is I'm very happy to see that XLRI becoming inclusive outside and inside both. Outside, I mean in the corporate world as well. The HR guys can understand this comment. So there are three to four parts to this question. And please excuse my disruptive thoughts. I don't believe there is something called reskilling at the moment in the corporate world. We have been like just beating it around the bush. Tell me and be honest to yourself. How many of you joined XLRI this course to change your career graph, career course or line of role? How many of you? Be honest, there's no harm in that, right? Most of you. Why? And most of you are having experience of average to 5 to 7 years in the organizations. Why didn't the organizations find that you can be reskilled? What do you want to do? And this is the state of one batch of 115 people in this country, or maybe globally. Okay? And we have how many general management programs and executive programs like this in the country and globally? Thousands. So most of the people are going to the colleges back. One is obviously learning, but to prove themselves that, yes, I have acquired different kind of maybe an aptitude to enter into a different role altogether. So reskilling, ma'am, is not there currently in the state which we wanted to do in the corporate world. And I'm not saying there is no intent to do it. The intent is very right of the corporates. It is a challenge because there is a business which is lying in front of you. Can you risk the business? Can Indigo ask a flight attendant, a crew lead who is also trained on some of the basics of flying to a pilot with maybe a lesser hours of flying? Cannot. And same thing maybe on the ground operations. Same thing in my field. Can I ask someone to design a phone with like maybe a background of something like in accounts and finance? I cannot. So reskilling is a little difficult, or maybe we can take some closer examples as well. But yes, is it possible to some extent on the closer part? So then we mixing up the upskilling and the reskilling. That's a big thing. So the upskilling is that what do you want to do? Like I want to do, I'm a HR guy, I was a talent acquisition person. Can I become a HR VP or maybe HR ops or a tech guy? Yes, upskilling is important and you can do that. So I think we have been doing a good job in corporate for upskilling part. And upskilling is obviously, if you see the evolution of HR, corporate. So let's not talk about only HR. So this like industry as well. AI बहुत पहले से exist करता है यार. 1950s, 60s से it's what like it is existing, but we only start talking it when it knocks a door. You know, जैसे in HR forums I've been like talking first HR digitalization. In 2018, 17, like that, 19, it was the buzzword. And all of you can maybe witness that. Uske baad, thoda karke, then we started talking about the millennials, Gen Zs, how do you adopt them? Like, how do we kind of adopt them as our kids? They're very fast learners. We can't just keep up our speed on them. And maybe most of you were there that time as joining some organization as Gen Zs and millennials. Okay, that has come and वो बेचारों ने खुद ही एडजस्ट कर लिया तो फिर सोचा अब तो कुछ नहीं बचा next what is that? When COVID unfortunately hit our world and then we were into a different state. Oh, hybrid, work from home. How do we engage people? How do we do this? There's a big problem. Then people adjusted themselves ki forget about it. I can work in a hybrid model also. Then hybrid. Now the organization have started working full time. अभी क्या करें? Oh, AI, ChatGPT has come. Okay, let's do this. Let's do that. So first, guys, relax. This has been a phenomena of our life. This is an evolution. It will lead its own way, first of all. We are panicking too much with AI because somebody has just written ChatGPT. One of our very prominent leader and very senior guy, from a very good company told that by 2020, the HR will vanish as a function. Remember, sir? Are we still here? Okay, one more example. That in 2004-5, I was a trainer. So I moved from sales to training to HR, sales trainer, and that time I was in insurance sector. So insurance we used to train batches like for what do you call that IRD exams, and then obviously selling skills was a big part, and I was with Max Conclave, and they're like very good in that. When we were in Aviva, one of my boss was like regional training head, quite a senior guy. He was very, very panicky and all the stuff. So it's going to go away. These one-on-one classes, all that stuff, classroom classes will go away. Why, sir? E-learning is coming. Do you know that? E-learning is coming. E-learning kya hota hai? We were just like very initial stage. PPT bana ke online dal do and all. No. There's like online learning. The instructors will be online, and or maybe you learn through e-learning, which is like voiceovers and all. You will be killed. So change your career path. If you are thinking of a longer way, he kind of scared us. Do we have still trainers? We have better trainers. So what is there now? To answer that thing, yes, technology plays a vital role, and metaverse can play a very, very big role, as Rupesh was also mentioning a couple of examples, and I'm also mentioned this. Metaverse is a very nice thing, but the investment it required in that is substantial. How many of us as corporates can do that? It is very, very different from AI. It's very different from your digitalization or any kind of analytics. Metaverse is a combination of your AR, VR, and other things, and then machine learning is a combination of 3-4 things, which is like need to be kind of based on a big data. Then after that, so immersive learning, yes. So are we doing it now? No. Today we are doing a part of metaverse, some part of AI, and some part of digitalization. So we're combining these three and making a immersive experience for the employees, which is going very well. And I would say it has to grow, and it will grow further. There will be field net, right? So somebody was talking about the human aspect, and at the background also people who are a little exhausted and fatigued. But the thing is, there are two kinds of things. There will be hard skills and the skills which hit your heart, right? The skills related to your heart. So we are moving from experience hiring to skill-based hiring, guys. That is very, very clear. So upskilling is very, very important, whether you do it or not. Either organization will kill you within the organization with your performance management system, and you'll cry on your ratings. Oh, I still work like a donkey, but I still don't get a good rating because the upskilling is a problem somewhere. The second part too is that how do we handle this adaptation rate? Adaption is basically two reasons adaption is not happening. One is the fear in the mind of people that, okay, how should I do this? Because we are not talking about an industry which is evolved. We're talking about industry like maybe Tata Steels or the engineering industry, or maybe something like a government sector or all that stuff. So there is a fear. Okay, how can I do this? And we face it in devices. We face it in everything, that the WhatsApp adoption rate was, it evolved over the period of 10 years, what is today. But some people started it in 2014, 15, and they were using it very well. But some people just started it. They had a WhatsApp maybe downloaded by some of their kids, but they were just reading the message. Some of them doesn't even know how to respond to the message till now today. So the fear is one of the part, that how do I learn that technology? The second part is that have we communicated the reason to adopt it? There has to be a very, very substantial reason to adopt any technology, any changes in technology. We are not doing that because it's good, adopt it. AI, 100 people are doing it. I should be amongst that 100 people. I should not be isolated from that 100 people that I'm not doing that. So I took that example in other conference. I can take this, that there was a husband who was very, very upset and bothered about his wife's buying habit. Most of the husbands are. But the buying was very particular, related to the gloves. So his wife used to buy very expensive gloves wherever she used to go to any country or anywhere. वो बहुत परेशान था. And very expensive gloves. And this was recurring expense was there. Somebody like to think, what is the solution to this? You know what he did? He bought a very good diamond ring with a big solitaire for her. What happened afterwards? Will she buy gloves? No. So there was a reason to it that he thought through this. So if you have a reason to adopt a technology, the adoption rate will be faster. If you're not having any reason to adopt it, we are just bhet chal. I don't think that we'll be fighting. And same thing, maybe next year we'll be discussing an adoption rate for any kind of other technology which is there. That's my.
Thank you. Thank you for your viewpoint, sir. And I agree with that investment part, because the technology is so new that the companies that are working on the technology have deep pockets. So definitely startups and other companies who are very new in this era, in this environment, they cannot just venture into this technology right now. And that may also be a reason why the technology is not very, vast known yet, because many people are not working on it. So thank you for those inputs. And moving ahead to my next question to Ashish, sir. Sir, considering your experience of campus recruitment and your continuous collaborations with the B schools and the E schools, how can educational institutions collaborate with businesses to bridge the gap between traditional education and the metaverse in preparing students with relevant skills?
Okay, so how many professors sitting here? It is all students. And it's getting recorded, so I should be very careful. Okay, so I think we all have to accept that changes are coming and it's coming very fast. But we should not be restless about it, right? We should have eustress, not actual stress, right? And the way we should look at is how much we are ready to adapt, right? So we were talking about accepting it, right? While obviously if I go and tell my dad to, okay, this is a technology, and he will say, I'm better with that pen paper, right? Or my father-in-law, he likes buying shares. He still says, Ashish, getting the printout, I'm still happy with that. I tell him, use the app. It gives you the complete trade history of that particular organization or company which he wants to buy shares for. So I think now the way technology is moving, right? And obviously I'm coming from IT industry, and I see how our clients are, the need they have and the changes they are asking, even in the running business or as well as the new business. Now, how are we going to take it down to the students? Now, obviously, colleges, they can't change their electives and curriculum design every year. Now, how to bridge that gap, that becomes a tough storyline. And just look at an example. There would be a lot of case studies that you will do. But those case studies are, how old are they? The times that no Nokia example I still give, so I'm so sorry. But okay. But okay, then I start using BlackBerry, then I will not use Nokia. So in today's session, I will say BlackBerry, not Nokia. So it's a storyline. It's a storyline. It's adaptability. Yeah. It's the adaptability to the technology. It's about reading human expectation, the customer experience. Everything is evolving around customer experience. We talked about losing jobs, right? So there was a time when we used to go to bank for each and everything. Today we don't go. In last 20 years, I went only once. That too, I just wanted to see my branch is still there or not. Right.
There are a lot of branches being opened now. I
Right.
really wonder
Yeah.
that what they do.
So what is happening? So I think the skill level has changed, right? You used to have a lot of tellers to take and give money, right? But now most of the transactions you do online, right? So it was credit card, now UPI, then there will be soon some other thing. Now everything is moving towards face recognition, like Digi Yatra, right? So many things are evolving. Now, who is doing all those? How that automation is happening? It is happening by human. So human intelligence always has to supersede. And how it will, when the
the curriculum design that you have or what you study is well aligned with the market, right? Now, one is obviously arranging sessions like this. Obviously, it gives you an insight. But and that's an interesting topic I was discussing last night also, that we've been talking about mentorship for the students. I think the time is to have mentorship for professors, right? It's very important. We have to get them to see what is happening in the outside world, not just that curriculum design. They know how to teach, but we just need to tell what to teach and how to club what you have currently in your books and what is outside reality. Right. Today, we face a big problem. It's not about education system. It's about behavior. People have knowledge. They don't know how to implement it. Why they don't know how to implement it? Because of it's over dependency on, maybe you can say, technology or AI. We all are fan of ChatGPT. Yeah. Yes. Very good. Why we use ChatGPT? So I was discussing with ma'am. So ChatGPT saves time, right? We're very busy people. So we need ChatGPT to be our assistant. Okay. What else it gives? Fast answers, structured answers. It's structured for assignments and projects. So just look at back of your mind what you are trying to do. You are training your brain that I don't need you. ChatGPT will do the work what brain is expected to do. I'm not against it, but the problem is how to use, when to use. You take it as a reference point, as a learning point, fine. But we all are human and we run towards our comfort rather than what is right or wrong. So that is where I think those sensitivity during your education cycle, be it graduation or be it your post-graduation, that is very, very important, that sensitivity has to come. Skilling is not a problem. Every organization is happy to invest. The problem is today with the behavior, with the patience, with the acceptability, adaptability. The technology gives you a lot of scalability. So COVID, right? Everything was remote. Now, coming out of that mindset, so still a lot of people have that hangover of COVID, right? A lot of students, a lot of employees. So that's a problem which we need to evolve and change, and that is where I think it's more of a behavioral shift we have to do. That how much we are ready to adapt the technology, and that is where a lot of organizations, all big organizations, they invest in colleges. Be it conclaves, be it seminars, leadership talk, be it professor of practice. Now the government has allowed, right? So a lot of people are getting that professor of practice to go and deliver particular topic in the college. So that is where I think it is shifting, and it is more of real-time knowledge that you have to gain rather than just over relying on what you see in social media or what you read in books. It has to be more practical knowledge that you have to go. And that is where all organizations, be it any organization you talk about, all big organizations, they invest a lot in skilling people prior to hiring as well as post-hiring.
Rightly said, sir. And also bringing in the point that we were discussing yesterday night about the data privacy and how whatever we put on ChatGPT is getting recorded somewhere.
ChatGPT is one example. Look at Alexa. We all have. What all it records? It records everything, whatever fight we do at home also. So but there will be soon a time you will get a call. Okay, I'm a lawyer. I'm a lawyer, and I know that there are some problems between you and your wife, and I can help you. So, okay. So, yep. Thank you.
Know it's already happening.
And check with Gaurav for that, I think.
Sure. Thank you. Moving ahead, like we know that the technology is important in nowadays, and especially in manufacturing sector where the workmanship is still important. And though factories are switching to automation and taking the concept of dark factory from the previous panel discussion, but there are still few industry which have not moved to automation yet. So considering that, my next question is to Karan sir. Do you believe that AI and VR platforms can provide a superior learning and skill development experience compared to traditional on-field learning? And if not, what strategies are organizations employing to bridge this gap and ensure the continued quality of the learning experience?
Good question. So I understand most of us sitting here are from they have some work experience, right? How many of you have some prior work experience? I think all of you, right? So everyone knows about training. Wahi HR ka training, wahi, you competencies. What are these competencies? Nobody understand kya hai ye competency, leadership skills, फिर training calendar, and then implementation of programs. Kis faculty ko bulaएं, kisko bulaएं, online course karna hai. So all of this is something which is known to us, right? But tell me something. Do we get a feeling of generalization? Do we get a feeling that this is the gap that I foresee for myself, which I have to bridge? But organization is more bothered about कौन सा ट्रेनिंग करना है जिसमें सब कवर्ड हो जाए, अपना कंप्लायंस अच्छा हो जाएगा, So that's how it is today in most of the organization. While in in specific pockets of the organization, there are specific interventions depending upon what is the vision of the company going forward, what is the technological advancement that is happening. I'll just take you just 2 years, 3 years back. So, a major change in digital world happened because of COVID. Everyone knows it. But post that, what happened was the change in customers' expectation, right? And when we talk of customer expectation, how many of us use Zomato? Everyone, right? Blinkit, everyone. The technology, what it has done, it has eliminated a lot of intermediaries and it has gone to your personalized world. It has gone to our personalized world. And, that's where I see AI and VR together can do wonders in a lot of companies. Personalization is future. Rather, I won't say it's future for the organization. It's I think all of us, all the HRs sitting here, they are feeling the need of personalization. How to personalize the people policies. There are Gen Z, Gen X, Alpha, a lot of things that is coming up. The workplace is going to change. Hybrid, फिर वापस भी बुलाओ, फिर बोलेंगे कुछ दिन बाद कि अच्छा वापस जाओ. Then there are companies which are coming up, work from anywhere policies. Probably tomorrow there would be a lot of gig workforce. So in the entire world, you will see the changes are happening quite fast. And I'm sure in many companies, most of the HR would think, करे तो क्या करे? Gig workforce को लाएं कि दिखाएं कि gig workforce we are using and we are one of the best companies. We have started using, getting gig workforce on board. But AI and VR is something that will help you to go to that behavioral aspect, what a lot of the other panelists was mentioning. And that's where the win is. That's where the win is. It will take you to that point wherein you would be able to say, this XYZ person need this training, this specific training, and nothing else, So that's how I see AI and VR is going to, change the way we see trainings, change the way we see competencies. Probably today in a lot of companies, you will find 14 leadership principles. And that's it. Uske around kaam karna hai. But tomorrow, you never know, in an organization, you find 100 leadership principles. Because there is so much of employee segments that is going to be created in the near future. You have all kind of people working, and you will be going to their personalized behavioral aspect, and that's where AI and VR together can do wonders. I'll talk about our own company. So safety for Tata Steel, it's in its core. We don't even need to tell anyone that, safety is our first priority. Even, if you want to shut off the plant, kar do. But safety should be the first priority. This is something which is known to each and every person in Tata Steel. And there is one KPI in safety with which most of the manufacturing company they measures, and that is LTIFR. What is LTIFR? Anyone from them? Absolutely. Lost time, injury, frequency rate, right? So in a manufacturing industry, you'll find a lot of contract workers. And traditionally, all the manufacturing companies now, they are deploying more and more of contract workers. With more and more contract workers, there is a need to build the capability of the contract workforce. At the same time, these laws are becoming stringent, and everyone is concerned about the safety of the workforce they have deployed in the manufacturing sector, right? So for safety, we have taken an initiative wherein we are using VR with AI. In one of plants in Chennai, we have just started it. So we were really concerned about LTIFR rates in our company, and we were thinking, what is the next thing that we should do? Enough of SOP training, enough of classroom training, all these things where we were doing it for a long time. And still, there was, incidents happening on the same aspect. So someone told, "Ye faculty hai na, isko change kar do, theek ho jayega." Someone told, "Ye faculty ka problem nahi hai, ye usi bande ka problem hai, iska behavioral issue, everything." Any incident that happens in a manufacturing company, you'll see there are only two reasons that it, boils down to. One, SOP violation, and second, uska behavior. No, these are two things that often we come across. But we are thinking how to change it, how to bring it that focus in contract workers, because a permanent employee LTIFI rate is negligible, but for contract workers, it is a matter of concern, even if there is one, incident in the factory. So we tied up with one of the startups in India who are working in VR and AI. And they created a complete, even if there is a glasses on this table, they have created exactly same thing of the entire factory and the machines, and we thought it's time to probably use it and ensure that all the contract workers who are going to the shop floor, before that, can we give them a feeling of what it takes to operate a crane of 20 ton or maybe 40 ton, and we have started using it, and it is giving excellent results. I may tell you, excellent results, because people are now experiencing it without even getting, their hands dirty. What Rupesh was also mentioning. And I think, of course, traditional classroom sessions, they have its own benefits. You get to meet people, you get to talk about it. But again, AI and VR would be too specific of how you operate it. What are your gaps? What is exactly you want to, change in your behavior, or maybe in the way you operate the machine. That personalization is something which will really push the adoption rate of AI and VR across the world. And I see this coming in a big way. And a lot of people say, machine would AI or VR or augmented reality, talk about any of the interventions, blockchain, etc. They would take a lot of jobs. It's not so. It's just not so. It's not about man versus or machine. It's about man and machine. Can we, can both of the things work together? And that's where we as an HR have to come forward and bring both technology and people together through this medium, which is AI and VR. And that will help reach where we want to go. So that's how I see it. Thank you.
Very interesting view, definitely, sir, and especially the personalizing part and how the skill development can be enhanced if every skill gap is addressed individually. So thank you for those inputs, and bringing this discussion back to the very old perception that the AI and the VR might replace jobs. My next question is to Ms. Gunjan Joshi. Ma'am, how will these platforms make us and keep us relevant and competent in the industry as AI increasingly replaces jobs and narrows the scope for humans?
Okay, so I'll start this conversation by saying, first of all, thank you, everyone. Hi, Gen Z. How many are here, Gen Z? Okay, so I'll also raise my hand, that's okay. So, where Karan very rightly mentioned that it's not replacing jobs, rather, I would say the redundant jobs are being replaced and jobs that can be done by the technology are being done by the technology. I'll give you a very good example from my industry. I come from manufacturing where we're a conglomerate and largely we're from a traditional sort of industry, textiles, you would know that one of the most traditional sort of industries. So what happens is, let's say there's a machine breakdown, right? So typically, somebody from the OEM would come up and would see what happened. A service engineer would come, stay in the premises for, let's say, a week or two, spend some time, resolve the issue and go back. Okay. And then that would continue. And then we'll see what was the ROI, what happened. Can we, bring it in as training that ways. Now, what happened is like 2 years back or 2.5 years back, one of our engineers, he came up with an AR tool, right? What happens is you wear those specs, you see through the machine, your, erector or the service engineer can see what is happening in the machine from his or her place and then resolve the issue. So that has made our lives way easier, right? And this is where, AR has actually come practically and possibly helping us here. So there could be similar examples from various industries, like ma'am mentioned about the Indigo Airlines and whatnot. Now, talking about replacing the jobs, why I said hi, Gen Z, how many of you are really interested to be working into plants and, getting your hands dirty into the machineries? Just a question. All right, we're taking you all. Okay. So, why do I ask this question? This is a practical problem that we're facing. And in our last panel also, we discussed this, that, we want fancier jobs, AC rooms, sitting and thinking, and a lot of strategy happening. What is this strategy happening about? Your mains are the plants that where you're working, especially for the product-based companies and the manufacturing organizations. So how is technology helping us is we are removing jobs which involve a lot of, we call them red jobs in our organization, jobs that involve a lot of, health hazards, right? We can replace jobs where, let's say, I need to work a lot on chemical and every time I mix chemical, I need somebody there. So if a tool can help me understand what proportion of chemical is required where and how it can be done automatically, or a machine can help it rather than involving a human into it, that is where this is coming handy and helping us, right? So, now I'll just switch this conversation a bit and take it to a very interesting thing that I read the other day. So, what I read was the people are, buying their lands in the AR, the metaverse, right? And Daler Mehndri happened to host a show and everybody was enjoying this in metaverse. So this is where we're going. And then a wedding happened in Tamil Nadu where, they created the avatars and the entire wedding happened there, and not so expensive, $1,400 or so. So, when we talk about these things are fascinating. I think, adoption rate would be pretty high to what I see, because that's how we are. And another question that I would ask here is, how many anime fans, anybody who watches anime? How many know Naruto? Just a question. Okay, you too? Wow, ma'am. We'll meet after this, okay? We'll discuss a lot of characters. So, Kakashi Hatake, anybody? All right, great fan following, I understand. So, he says the next generation will always surpass the previous, and that's a never-ending cycle. And so is with the technology. That doesn't replace anything, rather, that very rightly said by Karan, we parallelly work. how many of we are jobless? In the last panel, so rightly mentioned that it's a gap between we were thriving to get the right talent and we're still struggling to, get people on board. It's all about bridging the gap, getting the right people and the technology handy. And like very well mentioned by Gaurav ji and sir, that, it's not the rush, it's at its pace, it's at its speed. The only thing is, what is good for us shall be adopted by us, what is not would not be. So that's that.
Nothing, but just want to add to this. So I have a live example here. Nokia, we were taking example. I'm not going very back. So I'm just talking about 2016 onwards when we acquired this brand. The COVID came. So we are a very discreet brand in smartphones, but very, very leading brand in feature phone. So we have almost the 50% share in India. And 50% share is, I'm talking about close to 120 million phones globally sold in a year. That's not a small number. So we sell about 70 to 80 million or 90 million rather cross. So thing is, it's not dead. First of all, people say this, that we're dead, but what happened? A very, very good example here, and which says and maybe justifies this. COVID came, and our bread and butter is feature phone, which is a normal phone. COVID came. During the COVID and post-COVID, the feature phone industry shrunk to 40%. 40% decline immediately, guys, in 6 months' time. It's a huge thing. अगर मैं 60 मिलियन फोन बेच रहा हूं तो मेरा 25 मिलियन फोन नहीं बिकेगा. It was lying, and there is a cycle to it. 6 to 9 months cycle of planning goes into this, and none other than us can know that how technology changes every 3 months. You use your phone, right? We also coping up with that. So 3 महीना हमारा काम कब से पहले शुरू होता. तो AI and metaverse started long back. So give you example, 40% decline. Should we ask our workforce to go? We should have, ideally, because our major bread and butter is feature phone. और 40% decline हो गया, sales भी decline होगी. What is the future? We don't know. The prediction by the industry, which is like standard predictions, but on shipment basis, they do, was that it's going to shrunk and dead by 2020 to 2027, almost. What happened today? We're doing 120% of what we were doing in 2021. But what we did, we changed our thinking process in terms of feature phones. Why feature phone and smartphone took the front seat and the feature phone was not sold? Major thing came up was the UPI. The Rediwalas and all these Sabjiwalas, and they started adopting the UPI very faster. And we analyzed that if we bring the UPI in the feature phone, that will be our game changer. So our team started working on a UPI model. Feature phone team started working. So no jobs in feature phone. They upskilled themselves. They did not cross-skill in feature phone to smartphone. So there's a cross-skilling between feature phone to smartphone. There's 2 different products. They upskill themselves that how can we bring that UPI change within the product. Again, the second study was this, that because we did the very intense study. The intense study was that who is our buyer? Because हमें खुद को नहीं पता अभी तक 50% कौन buyer. Actually नहीं पता है. Honestly, let's accept this. 50% who's buying our phone is, one is like 10% approximately people who have this second phone. 20 to 30% is the old age people who are not adaptive to the technology. Okay. And they moved on to smartphone because the feature phone ka jo screen hota hai, that is small. And the buttons are also small. And the smartphone came with a keypad which can be changed into a local language. The feature phone doesn't have that. So we changed the keypad in the local language. Okay, like Tamil, Bengali, okay, like that. And we made the screen wider. We made the keypad wider. And then we came into the flip phone. We changed the colors, pink, red, all that vibrant colors. By looking that, Barbie gave us the contract recently because you saw that Barbie movie, that Barbie wants to come to the real world, you know. After seeing those phones and the pink and the color, we got the entire Barbie contract today. We can announce it because it's not no more a secret. See that the transformation within upskilling you can do, and the technology wise you can grow. So the jobs will not go away if we grow and we change our mindset that, okay, this is the technology I need to adopt. What are the challenges and how can I address that? And everything is addressable. Everything is adaptable. Okay. So that is one example I want to take for this brand, because normally people have this. जब भी मैं आज तो मैंने पहना नहीं है, but Nokia का जब टी-शर्ट पहनता हूँ तो, oh Nokia, which side? Okay, devices. Are you guys still there? This is the same question and we prepare our answer for this. सबको हमने बिल्कुल रटवा के रखा हुआ है कि अगर ये पूछता तो क्या आंसर देना है in management team.
No, just adding to what Gaurav just talked about, imagine the huge explosion of data that we have today, right? You have Zomato, you have Blinkit, you have Facebook, you have Insta, Netflix में सबके 4 अकाउंट होंगे, मम्मी को भी देना है, पापा को भी देना है, चाचा को भी देना है, चाची को भी देना है. So a lot of data explosion that is there. Who is going to handle this data? It's not only the machine. Machine is going to take care of some logic, maybe, some 5% of, from what I've read some time back, some 5% of job is going to go, but 95% of job is still going to remain, and approximately 700 million jobs will again come back. New jobs will come, However, there is this person, John Chamber, ex-chairperson of Cisco. He mentioned that 40% of the current business, it won't be there in the next 10 years. So it's very important for the companies to adopt these technologies if they want to still exist. So technology today, I think it is the core DNA. It has to be the core DNA. It gone back the times when we used to have a separate CTO, CMO, CIO, and etc. But if you talk of technology is the centerpiece now. It's at core, and everything is revolving around it. So what matters is, for all of us who are sitting here, what matters the most is how good we are able to adapt with it. And the quicker you are able to adapt, you would be able to execute. And that's why technology is, actually blurring the line between, you can say, the strategy and execution. It's just there. Earlier we used to frame a strategy, a strategy. Up execution ke liye will make another meeting. It's not that. Strategy, execution, that's a very, very thin line that's there. And talking about specifically to learning and capability, it's like multi-channel learning facilities out there, and it's agnostic. You can have e-learning, and people are more concerned about mere LinkedIn mein learning passports kitne, So that's how so many blendings that is going to happen, that is still happening in the world, which will just create more and more and more jobs. It's just that we have to get acclimatized with data.
Right, so
that's all. Thanks.
So taking your point that jobs are not getting replaced, but the jobs are evolving for humans. And also your point on adoption and adaptability of technology. My next question is to Rupesh, sir. Sir, how do you think AI-driven learning platforms for upskilling and reskilling will impact the need for physical trainers and company costs? And what are the key considerations for organizations in justifying these investments, talking in terms of relevancy on the ongoing slow adoption?
Thanks. So, yeah, I think the underlying theme that's coming out of the conversation today is jobs are not going anywhere, right? And I think one of the great example was by Ruchi, right? When she said that is no more people have to get onto their knees to count the airbags, right? And they are doing, so that time that is being saved, that 30 minutes, is not that they are taking that 30 minutes to do a tea break. I'm sure they're doing something which is far more aligned to the human skills rather than just counting airbags. So I guess the same thing is going to happen to the physical trainers as well, right? There is this whole continuum of the learning needs, right? What is it that you're trying to get out of a learning? On one side, it could be as simple as the example that I had in the morning's panel, where there was a question and a panelist asked the question from ChatGPT and got an answer, right? So it could be as simple as, can I get a quick nugget of information? Can I get a quick a piece of learning before I'm going to do something, let's say getting into a meeting or getting into a panel conversation, to the other extreme where Neha had given the example of you can't learn swimming by just watching YouTube videos, right? Where you really need to get and jump into the water. So there will be need for different kind of training given that continuum. We spoke a lot about adoption. I don't think that's an issue, honestly, today. There are, the current generation is realizing that the things are changing really fast, and to stay relevant, they need to invest and own their own learning. This year, as an organization, we are going to be clocking close to 2 million learning hours. Half of it is coming from self-learning, where people are actually going, utilizing the platforms that we have given to them, the content that has been given to them, which is AI enabled, so that people can get recommendations of what they can learn based on what they have learned in the past. And they're using that to spend time in the 4 hours of commute in their, in their cab, getting and coming back from their Bangalore office. We are on hybrid work, but 2 days also, so 8 hours a week, in doing some of this learning on their mobile devices, right? On the other hand, you can't get the same kind of an experience out of any advanced learning tool as well. If I go back 22 years, I passed out of Excel in 01. And if I could think of the courses that I studied, apart from labor laws, maybe, and that also is going to go away very soon, thanks to the new codes, nothing was used maybe beyond 4 or 5 years. Maybe not even that much, right? Everything got obsolete super fast. But what I continue to use even today is the training, the boot camp that it was for me for those 2 years of how to handle pressure, how to work with teams, how to work smarter, how to make sense of a lot of data. All of that is something that is getting used even today. So there is a learning that happens in an environment which can't be replicated out of technology. We had Professor Donald in the morning. He spoke about the Shackleton expedition. We actually had a simulation session that we did on Shackleton's voyage. It was conducted by Harvard. And while there was a lot of learning that came out of that simulation about how you made your decisions, etc., the real learning came at the end of it when the debriefing was happening. We actually heard perspectives of not just the professor was facilitating, but the perspectives of everybody around you who were approaching exactly the same decisions, the same problems with very, very, very different views. So I guess it is going to get to a place where rather than saying, okay, I need to do an in-person training because we've already done so, always done so, to a place where what is required in this scenario, what is the objective, what are we trying to get to, and hence what is the solution. From a cost perspective, and we did talk about right now, the adoption is low because of the, especially in the metaverse, because of cost barriers. It is going to crash, right? We have seen that already. If you see the cost of technology, the cost of making technology, the chips and all of that is coming down drastically. It is going to a space where it is going to become significantly more affordable for everybody. So the need to justify physical, training will definitely be a question that is going to be asked. What's the ROI and so on and so forth. One big, a funny anecdote that I'll end this question with. Last week we had a small engagement, kind of an outing that was done for the team. So we wanted to, our year was ending. So we said, okay, why don't you guys just go out and have fun? And rather than just going and eating, we took them to a theme kind of a smash, which has a lot of games, and you have this AR and VR sets and so on and so forth. So there's this one roller coaster VR enabled, four of colleagues who are sitting and going through this roller coaster experience wearing VR headsets. And 3 of them were screaming their heart out, right? Like they are really on the roller coaster and really scared. And this one person was sitting very calmly. So after that, I asked her, weren't you scared? Like I just closed my eyes. So it's just so easy to get distracted or peel away from a learning when you are in a virtual world, because you are not really in that experience, right? You are living it because you choose to live it. It's just so easy to choose to, not live it.
That might be a challenge that we might encounter in the future. Building on the question to Rupesh sir, my next question is to Ruchi ma'am. Ma'am, how can organization measure the return on investment of their metaverse era? Sorry for this. How can organizations measure the ROI on their metaverse era initiatives? And what key performance indicators should they consider when assessing the effectiveness of the programs that they design?
So I'm sure before even investing in metaverse, ROIs will be formed by the finance team. That's how organization work. Finance team is absolutely curious. We call it, what before investing even what will come out. So I'm sure whichever organizations are investing, ROIs are ready. And it will not be very different with what we do today. But yeah, since it has a significant cost, so what kind of knowledge absorption has happened? More than that, the inclusivity, what level, at what extent it has been given to the employees, or employees has actually adapted it. That will be very, very important, especially a new thing with a cost around it. Before thinking anything, is our population aware enough? Is our ecosystem aware enough, mature enough to include everybody into it? Because when you operate in in our country, we have far off locations also, where internet itself is a challenge, and we're talking about metaverse. So the right from connectivity of having internet to the digital literacy of those areas fully enabled in one platform in consistent manner would be few initial, bedrock on which the entire metaverse training, etc., would be launched, or should be launched rather. The ROI would remain what learning is happening in terms of absorption. The headcount or the number of people getting covered, what kind of topics are effectively being delivered through this medium versus the traditional medium. It's very important to see, like Rupesh was telling, close your eyes. At least in the current mediums inside the classroom also, people can sleep with open eyes as well, Rupesh, right? But still, there are some tests they have to qualify and then go to next level, etc. A larger population keeps awake in the classroom sessions, or at least the trainers ensures that. Coming back, I think ROI would remain that what is the absorption in terms of knowledge, and in the business parameters, what kind of productivity improvement that we had got. Revenues, how is actually impacting the revenue? Finally, if I talk about aviation again, the on-time performance that we are so obsessed about, we are known for our OTP, on-time performance, and we do some 90-95% on-time performance now. So if I take my organization, if I'm going through a set of training, finally it has to culminate into an on-time performance, because when you look at an aircraft to reach on time, not only pilot, there are a lot of people work right up there. Somebody was discussing outside. As a customer, we always feel it's pilot who's important, but when you join the sector, you understand the person who pushed back the aircraft. So many of you may know that the aircraft doesn't have a back gear. So when you sit in the aircraft and the aircraft goes on the backside, there's an expert called as PBO, pushback operator, which is a very technically qualified role, though it's a blue collar, who pushbacks the aircraft. And it's a right position on which the pushing has to happen. Otherwise, the aircraft can be damaged. So, that pushback person to the person who loads your bag, to the coach in which you sit, to the person who checks your boarding pass, to person who cleans your cabin, all are important for on-time performance. So if we take as a metaverse as a complete project, so it has to culminate into an on-time performance. Every organization will have different metrics to look at beside revenues. I think, yes, the productivity, any of the business major parameters has to get impacted, will be measured while we are going through the metaverse, beside the adoption in terms of number of learning hours put in, number of employees getting covered in it, what all topics are having better effectiveness versus the traditional system. So I think these will be major ones. I am again visualizing, I'm not saying the organization are completely on metaverse right now, but yeah, if it comes, I think these will remain. Nobody does business for charity. It has to come out. And when you're investing, you're very sure of that. It has to come out in your purpose and productivity, or your revenues, or your balance sheet somewhere. Yeah.
So ROI, let's see this way. It's not just about money. It's about your people experience. It's about your people health. It's about compliance. It's about efficiencies. It's about customer experience, right? It's about what we bring it to the humanity, right? So there can be a lot of different ways to look at ROI, not just money as in money coming back. Yeah, absolutely. Correct. Yeah, obviously money is required to run the business, to do further investments, but yes.
So now even what we give back to society, the sustainability is again one angle, which is very, very important now. And it is is a topic in the boardroom. So when we do any change or bring it any new thing, how is overall going to impact? And finally, what we are giving back to society would also become an important measurement there.
So thank you for those input, ma'am. And also, though I have many questions for you all, like me, curious soul, my batch is also very curious to ask their questions. So I'll be posing one last question to Bhalla sir. Sir, can you share insights into the psychological and cognitive aspects of learning in virtual environments? And how do individuals respond to immersive learning experiences? And how can organizations leverage this understanding of human interaction to enhance their upskilling outcomes?
Long question, but I'll answer it very straight. Just imagine this session is happening online. Just imagine.
It is happening.
Okay. It's getting recorded, but for them, okay, first. But how many participants there? 11 only. So that's fine. Major population is here. So just imagine this is online session. Don't have to answer us. Just imagine where you would have been sitting, what you would have been wearing, what yoga asana you would have been in while attending this session. Doorbell, your mom will come, beta thak gaye hoge, kha lo, right? And so much of distractions. So, while this virtual reality or virtual trainings, it gives a lot of scalability. It gives that flexibility when you want to learn, what you want to learn. But how you factor in your discipline around it, that is becoming a challenge. And as I said earlier also, we are all are human, so we tend to get excited with the comfort zone, and we have to train ourselves to be outside the comfort zone. We all been talking, the changes are coming so fast. So are we ready to move with that change, or we still want to think, no, it's okay, this is my course material, I will study this, I've taken admission in Excel, now it's problem for placement cell to place me somewhere good? No, it is lot of investment you have to do. Look, my all speech will again move around how it will end up with the placements, because I know that is what most of you would want to hear, but this session is not about that. So but yes, this is what it is. We have to be ready, we have to be future ready. And it's not, we don't know, we are not Jyotish that we know, okay, this is what is coming next. AI has been there for years, rightly said, has been there for years. We watched that movie Robot, right? It was first it was robot, and then it was a intelligence or emotions built into it. So the concepts were already there. It is just with this chat GPT coming in, now we see more of AI. It is all in the headlines everywhere now, but AI has been there.
AI could have been there in the Rishi Muni's time also.
Yes.
Remember they used to go somewhere, let me just go there, and this guy is doing this.
Prakat ho jate the wo. So I think that is how we should look at it, right? And be very open. If yes, believe me, when we studied, we did not have all this. You have that scale, you have that flexibility, you have so much of information available to you, but you have to understand what to feed in. We eat good food most of the times, right? Why? For our health, for healthy stomach. That's same way we should have healthy feed for our mind. So much of information, no need to just feed in everything into your brain. Just try to ignore some of the stuff which is irrelevant. So that is where the problem with this all AI coming in, virtual trainings, virtual learning, it has to be taken in the right way. And you would be moving in that direction when you join organizations. One is you yourself will be learning, but you will have your team members. How are you going to create that connect with them? So it has to be right mix. The people connect cannot go away.
One important thing which we normally forget is, and I don't know whether a lot of organizations are doing it or not, the learner profile, which I have been advocating for a long time. I might not be a virtual learner. Then what this AI or metaverse will do for me? I might be a learner who learns from books. So my learning comes from there, you know. So the learner profile has been a neglected one by a lot of these learning based organizations. They only provide one solution. Okay, this metaverse, or maybe what, as you say, that some people might learn very well on this online tool. Some people want to do it face to face. They want to talk, they want to interact. Some people are not interested at all. Some people just learn with the video thing. You know, my learning maximum happens, let's suppose, on video. So learner profile has been neglected. It's one of the things which I think if we integrate, and I'm not sure, have you heard about the AI work streams? AI work streams is something like taking over the entire business. Now, what I mean is, any example you have for AI work stream? It's very important and very common thing also. Have you guys used the tools like maybe we are also using, like, take an example of SharePoint, Teams. Now Teams is recording the sessions automatically now, right? It's feeding the system to the emails now, right? So it is, the work streams are coming, guys. So the work stream will be all integrated. So for a project manager, let's suppose you'll not have a person, we normally have some chief follow-up officers in our companies, right? They follow up. They've been done, not done. So those will die. So first of all, the jobs will not be eliminated, the skills will be eliminated. So let's change that, maybe the terminologies as well. The jobs will not be eliminated, the skills will be eliminated. So learner profile is a neglected one, which is, like, I think a very important aspect here. I'm not a metaverse learner. Honestly speaking, if you ask me, I hate the games. I don't like the fake games. I would like to play the game in the field. Why should I play sitting at home? No, I don't like it. I like to play in the game. I'll cycle maybe somewhere, or maybe I like to play cricket or something. I'm not a learner that way, right? So maybe I can't read a book. If I just start reading the first page, you'll find me asleep very peacefully, very peacefully. So it depends. So I have learned it by 20 years कि this is my learning pattern. शुरू में शायद नहीं पता था, इसलिए शायद मुझे नींद बहुत जल्दी आती थी एग्जाम्स के दौरान, एग्जाम से पहले. So so this is how it is, and we can take the questions. But this is one thing which I thought, and the other aspect, sorry, I forgot, is the culture. Since I can contribute on this while interacting with different cultures and not the evolved countries. We talk about Western world, always the Europe and the Americas, but I've been interacting with the world like APAC region, like countries like Indonesia, Vietnam, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal. And then you go to the Far East, which is like Egypt, Lebanon, and Pakistan also, a good friend. The thing is, so it's wide, guys. And I've seen the wide difference between the learners as well. Because some people, and somebody was talking, I think you were talking about discipline. So some people are very disciplined. They will learn with the discipline. And some people get overwhelmed with this. Why this pop-up is happening? Why this thing is coming to me every time? Am I the only one person who's not doing this? Are you doing this? Sir, have you done the courses? मैंने 2 करे. तुमने 4 कर लिए? And then he will not eat the food the entire day. Oh, like that. So those are the things which we need to kind of take into account when you're talking about upskilling and cross-skilling and reskilling, whatever.
Just to add to this, I think you might have read through, no? So the concept of metaverse was first used in 1992, the time when we were, like, most of us were either born or were about to be. So these concepts, I guess, already existed, growing though. And then I think novel was Snow Crash or something. I was just reading through somewhere, and that's where it was first used. And okay. And that's when, we were trying to build upon concepts. I was thinking through, we were talking a lot about Chat GPT right now, no? So, I was just thinking when this search engines came up, Google, it would have been a buzzword like chat GPTs today. And 10 years, maybe 5 years down the line, now the speed has become, the pace is higher, of course. So maybe 5 years down the line, it would be something else and then something else. So this doesn't really replace jobs, but it becomes a tool that becomes more handy. So writing emails is much easier now, but making it fancier is on to us and our creative teams, maybe, So that's that around the jobs and everything. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Very interesting point. So now we are opening the panel to questions from the batch. Volunteers, please help with the mic.
Good afternoon, respected panelists. My name is Soumya Sengupta. I have 6 years of experience in the IT industry. I have a question that recently I came across a case study that one of the leading IT companies has implemented metaverse, and it has leveraged on this technology to create the first digital world which addresses climate changes, right? So I was wondering how other developed and developing countries are planning to adopt such technologies to address this particular issue that the world is currently facing right now, and how they can leverage that to come up with various techniques or say solutions to address these particular problems.
So, so we have to understand, one is the technology which can read, and second, what it has to read. Now, there has to be a lot of data input that has to go where your AI or whatever virtual world VR, it will start creating those simulations, right? So I think it will have its own time to evolve, right? Obviously, and it requires a lot of investments. It's not going to come very cheap. It's not just you are creating a chipset and put in a machine and it's going to work, right? So it is there. It is evolving in a way that and obviously it requires a lot of government intervention also a lot of times, because climate change is not something which is you can just sit here and record. Obviously we can go out and say, oh, it's raining outside and all, right? And so some part is natural climate change, and second is how much our technology or how much of our say carbon footprint, how much it is impacting. So while obviously as we talked about sustainability, so all this gets covered that we are going to take care of it there, and companies are committed that okay, by this much year we will reduce this much of carbon footprint, we'll go with all recycle water, and we'll take care of our recycle waste, also electronic waste. So I think all this will start adding up in coming years, and obviously a lot of focus from governments as well as organizations.
So your question was how the industry is evolving. One is this example you took, but last part I missed it. So I can take example from our industry, which is like we're a combination of manufacturing, retail, sales, R&D, everything like that. So we manufacture devices, and it's a very high precision industry, So we have created a metaverse kind of thing, which is like for our factory workers, where let's suppose you use your smartphone, and it's like it's a machine, it's a small machine which is basically a missing part is there or something like that. So there are machines which like and there is a line which is there, and factory line is there. So there's something has to be like done by everyone, nothing. So it's not like everybody is doing everything, but there's one person doing one thing, and then precision goes to next level. So if there's a miss by someone and not been properly done, so there are machines they have to put every time on the next level of machines. And then there are things coming up which can tell you this has not been done properly, and there's a signal popping up that red one has not been done properly, so that the quality check at the end, which used to happen, has been eliminated in the beginning itself, that this saves time because the finished product is there, and you have lost the money also when the quality check is happening at the finished product level. So this is happening at each and every step. So those kind of technologies been adopted by the Western world I'm talking about. And here the Western world for me will be China, actually, because they are much evolved than us. That's how they're doing it.
So see, I think the simple way to look at it is that you have the power of technology between AI and metaverse and everything else. And this is a problem to solve. And just like it can be applied for various other problems, it could be applied to climate change, and it is being. So I think given the whole ESG, being front and center, there's a lot of investment that is going in. In fact, us as in KPMG in India has something called India Decarbonization Hub that we launched in Mumbai. And the whole idea is how do we get the technology which is available and people who are interested in solving for that and get clients onto that platform and solve for some of this. When we were promoting it, interestingly, in one of the ESG Expo very recently, we had this metaverse world where people can actually go visit the stall, learn about what we are doing and get to plant a tree in the metaverse. But we were actually replicating that by planting a real tree in a forest in Hyderabad, right? So planting the tree in metaverse wouldn't help you plan it, but replicating that would. So, but great question, thank you.
But that gives you a guidance that ESG is a field which you guys should look up to.
That is very important, I think. Yeah.
Build your career there, next 10 years is set.
So we did speak a lot about AI and metaverse today, but honestly, yes, ESG is something that if you haven't spent time learning, do invest time, figure out what it is. There's a lot of opportunities in that space coming up. Yes.
Okay, so I'm a professor and I need to talk to Mr. Ashish because right now it's okay. So I completely agree with you when you talked about professors should also upskill themselves, right? Because industry has its own needs. But this is a clarification from a professor. So what we do in classes is actually what is ideal, and what you do in industry is what is real, right? And why we have to stick to ideal, there is a reason for it, because if we are not teaching ideal, they will not be able to create different reals in the industry. Because from reals, you cannot create further reals, but from ideals, you can create reals. So we definitely try to upskill ourselves according to what is going on in the industry, but we follow up a particular principle that we need to actually help people with their ideal so that tomorrow when they go to the industry, they keep creating deviations and come up with different reals. That is the objective we follow at Professor.
Absolutely. So I absolutely agree with you. And that's the purpose of all of you being here. You all had a job. Coming here is not about a job anymore. It's about doing something strategic role, meaningful role, where you can add value, where you can do where you can be on the other side of the decision-making table. Correct? So what you come here for is to be an MBA rather than doing MBA. Right? There's a big difference. So I ask somebody, some people say, okay, I've done MBA from here. I would prefer somebody says, I'm an MBA. Right? And that is where that you get to learn in your classroom that, okay, how you handle stress, right? How you handle situations, how you are more adaptable to the tough times, and you are going to work with people. It's more or less people industry. Yes. And then obviously machines also, technology also, but you are going to work with people. And that is the toughest part, right? How you work in groups, how you can you can create that cohesive or collaboration between different people, different teams. It's very easy to get work done from somebody who reports to me. My skill will be if I can get work done from somebody who doesn't report to me, right? So that all as a human intelligence or as your behavioral competencies, that needs to get developed here. And that is what I completely agree. And I respect that, yes, this is what Excel does. And there's a huge respect in the market for the brand. And it doesn't come this way. There are LMs who are doing so well that made that you also took admission here. And we as an organization, we also invest coming to these colleges. So you have LM sitting here anyway. So, right. So please don't take my words otherwise. I completely respect. And I think it is telling us that now we are between lunch and you. So, but yes, I appreciate. Yes.
To add to this, it is not about Excel or faculty. It is happening in the corporate world also. You have to maybe do the different kind of development for everyone, and the faculty, which I think what he meant was this, and I agree to some extent on this, is that there are a lot of practicalities which you can mix up during the real world, as you say, and preparing people for the real world. So those I think can be given as an kind of tools to you all, not in Excel, but I'm talking about overall as faculty members. And there are a lot of institutions who don't do that. There are some institutions, they do that investment. Like, just take an example, forget about management or engineering, go to the school level. You have one CBSE pattern school and one is the IB pattern school. You can see the difference between the teachers in the IB pattern school and the CBSE pattern school. Because IB puts a lot of effort on the faculty that how do you train that methodology. CBSE doesn't do that. CBSE is just hardcore the core subjects and how do you teach them and the books and everything in the examination. IB is on the overall development of the kids that, yes, I need to kind of be there. So that kind of thing, maybe the next level of thing which has been asked, not from the current one, but that's the expectation maybe when we're moving into this world of immersive technologies and other things, how are we doing at the basically academic level as well? That was an assessment and comment.
So I have a question now, and this is important, right? Like we are talking about metaverse, AI. Like if you take a country like India, this is a question for a greater good. Like our country is like still developing, and if you go by the data, only 1.8% people get technical education, right? And as Mr. Gaurav said that we are rushing, it's like a rat race running after metaverse. Have we been able to mark or draw a clear line of demarcation between AI and human intelligence to understand that there are lots of people, like for instance, still in organizations, millennials are working, right? Baby boomers are working, right? People who are called Gen X. They are not comfortable with this new change. We are talking about Gen Zs because they are brought up in these times, or they are still, like for instance, alpha generation is coming, they are going to join. But those who are still struggling, right, have we been able to actually create this line that those who cannot go beyond that actually can work with these skills?
So first to answer this, we are the number 5 country in the world who is investing in artificial intelligence. Number 5 in the ranking after the top 100 thing. You can research this and Google it, maybe ChatGPT or something. The thing is number 5. So you can see the investments going there. $200 billion is going to be the industry for AI by 2025 only. So coming back to it, the AI was there. If I think you worked with Amazon, somebody has worked with Myntra here, I was seeing that. So AI was there. It's popping up things and everything. We are talking about AI today, maybe into learning, maybe more into HR side of it, people side of it, corporate side of it. But in other retail industry or other buying habits, it's been there for last 5, 7, 8 years. The adoption rate has gone very, very far. Like when you buy from Amazon or Flipkart or Myntra, they pop up these things, right? And this is all AI. Google Maps, all AI. Maybe somebody wants to add.
I think, Professor Sir, on your question that you're right, psychology, when we study, we know there are different learning styles of people. And he also spoke about, the learner's profile. So when it comes to adapting this new technology, which is coming in, I'm sure it will not be just for heck of adapted metaverse. Any organization will do everything on metaverse. As far as I'm concerned and the organizations I work for and I'm pretty sure the way we do it, there are areas where this is a must. Where there are areas which will require a classroom training, complete tacit knowledge to happen, a knowledge exchange to happen, and I foresee that it will continue. So all the modes of learning, like all we're talking about, the jobs will be there. I think all the modes of learning has its own relevance, and it will continue. One, because as an employee, every employee has a different learning profile. That's how we study in psychology also. Not everyone can learn metaverse or environment. I cannot read online. Working for so long, I still read book. I think I gain knowledge only when I can read. I read in the hard copy. So I couldn't change myself. And that's how I learn. So I'm coming back to your question. It is not that one will replace completely all. All forms of learning will exist for at least a time that I foresee to come. Because yes, people will learn in a different way. The levels of education that we have in our organizations, depending upon the work profile, also varies. Not everybody is an IT expert. Not everybody is a digital expert. And of course, at a lot of work, you don't need them, the kind of work that we do right now. So yeah, all the forms will exist, and definitely these kind of form will ever exist. I'm pretty sure.
Quick addition. So this similar kind of concerns were brought when computers came in. If you remember, there were bank officials and government officials up in arms. There were strikes saying that, oh, computers are going to take our job, and we don't know how to operate. Yeah, and now see where it is, right? Every single bank now go to an SBI, and everybody is is using that. I was briefly with a firm called Bharti Walmart when we were bringing in Easy Day stores, and our hiring strategy was used to go and hire from the local environment. So we would actually hire folks who are selling vegetables and who are butchers. They would come in and start working on the stores, and we used to teach them how to operate this really fancy handle scanners, which they would go around figuring out whether stock is enough or not enough. And we were surprised as to how they would pick it up just because of those learning, right? So two things happened as you think. One, of course, is people realize that some of these technologies are around for their own good to enhance productivity, not necessarily to take the job. And two, the technologies itself became easier and simpler, right? It's just so easy now to operate a smartphone, maybe compared to what it used to be earlier. So that is what's going to happen with AI as well. It is going to be all around us, so there won't be any choice. And you won't even have to open a chat GPT and create an account and figure out how to do a prompt, because it is going to get embedded into the way we work.
So specific to your question, all big organizations, they have all generations working, right? If I take example of my organization, we are 225,000 employees, and it's an old organization. 1976 it started, and we hire around 20,000 freshers every year. So that means it has a very diverse mix. And I'm talking about just the generation diversity. While there is diversity of culture, we operate out of 60 countries, 167 nationalities. So all those diversification is there, and along with the age. Now, people need to accept that they have to be aligned with the technology change. We all hear about layoffs, right? Do you think those companies are shutting down? No. It is sometimes, yes, it could be just sometimes very, very specific business has been shut down by that parent company. But a lot of times we have seen where there was a resistance to skill or to upskill, right, themselves. That has become the resistance in people, human mind, and that is where those jobs have been taken away. So jobs, yes, any technology coming in, it takes away jobs, but it creates new jobs. It has always been there. Banking industry, look at how much it has evolved, right? Though we've been using all net banking and all, but still there are a lot of banks, right? So that is where I think people need to be adaptable to change. Your question on the boundary between AI and because of the generation, it is not really possible these days. We have to go with what the outside market is. So, yeah.
It really, having got to know that you are the professor now, it feels like I'm having a conversation with my manager. But yeah, but telling you some facts, I think one thing which solves all problem is conversation. And the blended approach of learning will stay. It's not that the legacy skills will go away. It will be there. Like I talked earlier, that we have to just understand that we have to live together. So if we have that kind of mindset, and we are free to maybe have conversation with the managers and understand, and also use the tool to understand where is the gap, where exactly is the gap, that will even help the manager to arrange for even say, for example, classroom session. But most importantly, the gap is something that has to be assessed very correctly, and that's where AI and VR will help. AI will help more of it. So I personally think, and from what I have understood, and having implemented AI and VR in our company for some time now, I really feel that it's a tool only to help us zero down what is the exact need. And
the adaptability rate or the adoption part, which Rupesh was also mentioning, it's pretty high. And I think a lot of good feedback that we have received from people who are at the shop floor saying, wow, this is exactly what we wanted. And this will help us to increase the productivity. This will help us to maybe in certain case do some good to other KPIs that we monitor. So yeah, that's it.
And most of the things, technology, we don't have to adopt the technology. Technology will adopt us.
Yeah, it will happen. You will not come to know half of the AI things around you will happen automatically. You will become a part of it after some time. Like Teams today, we become a part of it. We did not adopt the Teams call or the Skype call or the Zoom calls. They adopted us. Please think about it, what I'm saying. They adopted us. They changed according to us. And then we started using and they made the changes. So today you see how difficult it was to use Teams for us. I don't see any changes happen. So some of the technology, which is coming in through AI, they will adopt us. We don't have to be so scared. So, yes.
So, sir, to your very specific question, I would tell you, we started with the chatbot. We were experimenting around with the population. And like I said, the literacy level is required, basic literacy level is required. So we started a chatbot and we wanted to see the easy HR solutions. So for example, pay slips, we wanted people to be, able to see their attendance, the basic problems, day-to-day things to be sorted via, chatbots. So when we started off, there was huge resistance. Not everybody had smartphones. Not everybody was ready to adapt to it. But, I remember it was year 2020 or 19, we introduced it. But the way it, flew into the system today, everybody opens up their, we call it Sameep. It's an internal app that we've developed. So, they would open up, ma'am, isme to mera ye dikha raha hai. Can you tell us ki ye kya ho raha hai? Okay, so that's the speed of picking up, the technology, how people are, I think we had underestimated them to an extent. We thought that people with X age would not be able to do it. But what we saw was they were, fantastically operating the systems and keeping up the pace. They would download their pay slips and tell us, isme ye problem hai, why can't you help us with this? And then, even with that, and we became advanced. Let's say if they have some questions, we started prompting the system accordingly and then creating answers for them. So that's where I won't say it was 100% solution to the problems that were at the shop floor, but to an extent, to X sort of questions that could be answered by systems and was being redundant for us, it got sorted by AI. So that's where the acceptance is. But at the same time, to a very good question that you've raised, we've also seen resistance to the automations that are coming up. So, in one of the machines, we thought it'll be very easy for people. So people have to walk through and, do the final yarn settings. So we thought of introducing those automated chairs, but people were very comfortable walking. So it did not improve their productivity. Then at the same time, we experimented around those chairs with a newer set of people. Now, those were, fresh, ITI kids. So they came up, they very easily adapted because for them, that was the first thing that they'd ever done in the industry. So that's where the difference, I think, I've practically experienced, and that's where the difference comes. So yes, there is adoption, but then there are, some fluctuations, and we need to see what is to be imposed to whom and who can be utilized where. So that's one perspective to it.
So thank you for so much for all those insights. And at the end, I could just say this, that change is the only constant, and we will be adapting to everything that is coming our way. So yes, definitely.
The comment is that, because I was just like thinking about it, when Elon Musk will be there around you guys, but he forgets that whatever he is building for the human beings, not for the machines. At the end of the day, who is the user? Human beings. And technology is more inclusive than human beings. So few statements here, think about it. When you go out, technology is more inclusive than human beings. We make things, whatever we do today, AI or something, we make for human beings. So there will be dynamics around.
Thank you so much, sir. I would now call upon Harsha and Anukriti for the vote of thanks.
So we had some real life affirming knowledge here from Mr. Gaurav that we are here, we are not going anywhere. And when technology comes, we have to embrace it rather than fight against it. Also, I agree with Naruto, but there was another statement which I would like to say. It was said by Itachi Uchiha. Growth occurs when one goes beyond one's limits. Realizing that is also a part of training. Or now, ladies and gentlemen, as we draw an end to this panel discussion on AI ethics in human resource management and upskilling and reskilling to a close, and therefore the first half of KRONOS 2023, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the distinguished speakers, moderators, and our audience who have made this session both highly engaging and thought-provoking. Through the course of our discussion today, we delved into crucial aspects of AI implementation in HR, efficiency and fairness, data privacy, and alongside its legal considerations. As each of us in this room today navigate this fast evolving landscape of AI and work, we must remain committed to upholding ethical standards, ensuring transparency, and promoting fairness. These principles will guide us in harnessing the power of AI to create workplaces that are not only technologically advanced, but also human-centered and inclusive. With that, I shall now bring this panel discussion, upskilling and reskilling in the metaverse era, to a close. Thank you once again for your participation and inputs. Now, before we move on to present mementos to our panelists, I would like to call upon Professor Rahul Shukla to welcome Ms. Kanchan Banerjee, who joined us in the middle of a session with a bouquet.
Thank you, Professor. And thank you all the panelists for a very insightful session. I would like to call upon Professor Kanagraj to felicitate all the guests and present the mementos. I would call upon the names individually. Mr. Rupesh Tripathi. Mrs. Ruchi Sharma. Mr. Gaurav Saini. Mr. Ashish Bhalla. Mr. Karan Lakhani. Ms. Gunjan Joshi. Thank you, Professor. To all of you who are present here, we express our heartfelt gratitude for being a part of this truly enriching event. We trust that you found immense value in the thought-provoking sessions by our panelists. Before we proceed further, let's capture this wonderful moment with a group photograph like we did before after the panel one, and then we can break for lunch. So I request the batch to proceed first, and the guests, your respective spokes will escort you. Thank you.
Welcome back to the KRONOS CHRO Conclave at XLRI Jamshedpur. I am Udit.
And I'm Shalini, your host and co-host for the session.
We're excited to continue a journey of insightful discussions on the dynamic landscape of human resources. It's fantastic to see the energy in the room as we reconvene after a delicious lunch. We're here to kick off this afternoon session with enthusiasm and a touch of strategic HR finesse. Allow us to introduce the final topic of the KRONOS CHRO Conclave 2023, which is managing diversity and inclusion in virtual workspaces. It involves strategically fostering an equitable and collaborative environment in remote settings to enhance organizational performance and innovation.
We would now like to call upon the guest individually to offer our warm welcome and request the students to present the bouquet as a token of our appreciation. Mr. Priya Ranjan Kumar. Mr. Soumitra Das. And Mr. Saurabh Sharma. We will now introduce each of our guests and request them to please join the panel. Ma'am.
It's an honor to introduce our first panelist, Mr. It's an honor to introduce our first panelist, Mr. Priya Ranjan Kumar, the Vice President of Human Resources at JSW Steel Limited. Mr. Kumar brings 24 plus years of HR experience across diverse global businesses. A dynamic leader, he excels in VUCA environments, shaping HR structures and enhancing employee and organizational value. With a track record in competitive Indian and international landscapes, Mr. Kumar has led HR functions through growth, restructuring, transformative phases, and crafting employer of choice brands. His competencies encompass business-aligned program design, impactful change management, capability enhancement, leadership development, and customer-focused HR teams. As a lifelong learner, his career spans renowned organizations like Reliance Industries, Unilever, and Jindal Steel and Power Limited.
Next up, we have Ms. Saswati Sinha. She is the head of human resource at ValueServe India, covering India and the MEA region, with a remarkable 23 plus years of experience across diverse industries, including ITES, advertising, media, and KPO. Ms. Sinha's passion for talent management has earned her numerous accolades. She was honored as a top HR mind and fabulous HR leader by the World HRD Congress. She received the prestigious Heroes and Golden Glory Awards, named one of Asia's best HR leaders, and recognized as Global Women Leader. In 2023, she was doubly honored with the Nari Shakti Puraskar and the Most Distinguished HR Leader by Brands Impact. Professionally, Ms. Saswati played pivotal role at JWT ValueServe and Publicis in Media Shield India, driving talent strategies and C-suite talent audits. As Shield's head of HR, she led digital transformation, managed legal and CSR, and implemented global best practices across countries like Chile, China, and the UK. Currently, she heads HR business and CSR at ValueServe for India and MEA. We welcome you to the event and hope to gain from your vast experience today, ma'am.
It is my distinct privilege to introduce Mr. Soumitra Das, the Global Chief Human Resources Officer of Redington Limited, as a distinguished panelist for the CHRO Conclave KRONOS. Mr. Das is a seasoned HR leader with a rich background spanning various industries, including manufacturing, engineering, automobile, IT, professional services, and healthcare. With a stellar career that includes leadership roles at renowned organizations such as Tata Steel, HP, Siemens, and Nuance, he epitomizes excellence in talent management, employee development, and HR strategy implementation. His extensive experience in both established corporations and startups,
coupled with his strategic acumen, makes him a pivotal figure in driving organizational success and employee growth. Mr. Das's dedication in nurturing human capital as a cornerstone of achievement underscores his transformative leadership. We are honored to have him as a panelist. He's also an Excel alumnus, so can we have a louder and a bigger round of applause?
I would like to introduce XLRI's very own Ms. Kanchan Banerjee, the Chief Human Resources Officer at Vedant Fashions. Ms. Kanchan has a rich career spanning various HR roles, and she brings a wealth of expertise in HR strategy, organizational development, and employee engagement. Her significant contribution as an HR business partner at Wipro, as senior HR manager at Vodafone India, and engagement manager at Airtel underscore her commitment to talent development, relationship building, and innovative problem solving. Kanchan's academic foundation, including master's degree from XLRI Jamshedpur, complements her practical experience, making her a dynamic and insightful contributor to our discussions. Welcome to your home turf, ma'am.
It is with great pleasure that I introduce our distinguished panelist, Mr. Jaideep Chatterjee, with over 2 decades of HR experience spanning India, Singapore, and Southeast Asia. Mr. Chatterjee has made significant contributions across multiple sectors, including consulting, banking, financial services, and promoter-driven NBFCs. His remarkable expertise spans retail and corporate and institutional banking, capital markets, and HR leadership for infrastructure, finance operations, technology, and risk. Mr. Chatterjee is renowned for his prowess in change management, M&As, capability building, and organization design. A round of applause for Mr. Chatterjee.
We now welcome Mohammed Shadab Alam, a seasoned HR professional himself, to moderate the final panel discussion of the KRONOS CHRO Conclave 2023.
Hello, a very good afternoon to all our esteemed panelists, our professors, and our dear friends. Navigating the post-lunch sessions can sometimes be quite a tough task. But with this remarkable lineup of our panelists and quite engaging and enriching discussion, we'll try to keep you on your toes throughout the discussion. So with this, I'd like to extend my heartfelt welcome to our distinguished panelists as we convene for the third and the concluding session for this HR Conclave. I'm sure your presence will enlighten this event and your profound insights will surely have a remark on us. The privilege of sharing this stage with such glorious HR leaders fills me with immense pride, being HR myself a few months ago. So now, without any further ado, we'll strike our conversation on the topic, managing diversity and inclusion in the virtual workspace. Since morning, a lot has been said and done with regards to striking the balance between AI and HR, and then upskilling and reskilling. But we'll be slightly differing from the topic, where we include the diversity, the equity, and the inclusion part. So my first question would be to Soumitra Das, sir. So, what strategies can HR leadership leverage with the AI-driven tools to create and maintain inclusive virtual workspaces within the metaverse? And what strategies can ensure diversity and equitable collaboration in this digital environment?
So, first, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege, honor and privilege to be back to the place where you learned most of the things, okay, and then come back and talk about those things is of immense pride to me. Okay, one of the things that I learned when I was in campus was to sleep with my eyes open. That's something that has stayed with me till now, and I can see you practicing it. So that's a definitive skill that you guys will have to build up. Okay, I was just telling Saraswati that the session after lunch, and I was a facilitator earlier, is called the Dead Man's Hour.
Yeah.
Okay, it's called the Dead Man's Hour for no reason, that everybody seems to be with a smile trying to encourage the panelists that, hey guys, you're on the right path. Okay, but actually the mind is numb and shut up. Okay, so like Pink Floyd says, comfortably numb. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think you would have heard a lot about AI, metaverse, etc., etc. And I just want to bring in a little context in that the future companies, the 21st century companies, okay, will not compete on product price and all that, but they will compete on algorithms, okay, on AI, okay, and the valuation, therefore, of those companies will not be based on brick mortar, etc., etc. It will be based on how much digital quotient you have in those organizations. Okay, so as employees and customers who are armed with their devices, okay, are searching for amazing, data-driven, AI-driven, ML-driven, algorithmic experiences to satisfy their need for, buying, for experiencing or experiencing social connections, etc. Okay, we have to start talking about those experiences. Unfortunately or fortunately, DEI is one of those experiences. Okay, so when I look at these three things, virtual and how do you build those AI solutions, and when I look at whether they can be measured and all that, I look at three things. One is virtual. It's going to stay. A lot of us in HR actually believe that there could be a golden day or a ray of sunshine when everybody will be coming to office, okay, and you will be back to your Ceridian calculating your payrolls, okay. You'll also think about everybody coming into office and doing training and development and all these kind of things, but that's not going to happen. So what is happening in the virtual workplace? The virtual workspace is typically about, first thing is about digital access and inclusion. All right, whether everybody has the right kind of digital devices to ensure that they can participate in what the organization is doing. And if you do not, so for example, I know people in our organization who could not log into Zoom or to Teams because their devices had only 8 MB memory. All right, or they could not get into those calls because their internet failed. Why? Because they didn't have a inverter. When I also know the managers who said, yeah, this guy never comes, he logs in, throw him out. Okay, so the first thing that we are talking about is digital access and inclusion. The second thing, which I'm sure all of you will agree, is the role of the middle manager. The middle manager, this guy is the competitive advantage for most organizations. Let's not kid ourselves. It's not the top guys, it's not the entry-level guys, these are the middle. And in most cases in middle managers, we ignore them, okay, in terms of any kind of training or development or even coaching and mentoring in terms of diversity, inclusion, and equity. Most of the time, they are suffering from performance paranoia. Okay, and performance paranoia, if that's the culture of your organization, DI goes out of the window. Because the guy says, oh, I'm not going to hire women. I'm not going to hire differently abled people. I'm not going to hire somebody who continues to work. So there are a million reasons which the guy will give you because he's under so much of performance pressure, okay, that he's just going bonkers or he's just going mad. The fourth thing is about the fact that, as virtualization has taken place, cultures have come closer. Okay, I manage 3 theaters across the globe, and I've got people who still do not speak English on my workforce. Okay, how do we bridge those gaps? That's all about D&I. Okay, and the final thing is about leadership. How inclusive is your leaders? Are they walking the talk or not? Okay, so these are some of the things that we look at when we talk about the virtual environment. Okay, the next thing is, of course, is about DIE. All of you know the definitions: diversity, diverse people, equity, making sure that everybody is been treated equitably in the organization. The most important thing is inclusion. Okay, then we come to the construct of AI. AI, okay, or all the things that we talk about today, Industry 4.0, virtualization, VR, AR, VR, etc., is all based on the simple fact that they are data-driven and algorithmic. They're only good as to how you train them. And that's why those of you who are dabbling with ChatGPT, which is absolutely, in my opinion, it's my opinion, only quite a rudimentary and an ignorant thing, okay? You need to train yourself as prompt engineers, okay? Because if you don't give the right prompt, it'll give you all that bullshit. And I was studying here, okay, we were just doing, and we used to say, oh, my printout says so. All right, so garbage in and garbage out. My printout says so. It has to be the gospel truth. Okay, so that's what AI is about. It is at best supportive, collaborative, or supplemental in nature. Okay, and there are things that AI can do for DIE, and there are things that AI cannot do for DIE. Okay, and that's how we separate out the data-driven and the cognitive part. So what, ladies and gentlemen, is needed today are leaders who can construct the entire framework of D&I, okay, in terms of what to do. They can construct the framework for understanding how it is measured, and what therefore you need are leaders with an intense knowledge of human behavior, okay, and human processes with a flair for computational thinking, right? You cannot stay away from there. As an HR guy, I'm telling you, you cannot stay away from this. I hope I've said a lot of stuff. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the opening remarks, sir, and setting the tonality of the discussion. Quite an enriching remark. So moving ahead, I would like to put up the second question to Priyaranjan, sir. Sir, could you share your thoughts on how AI-driven tools can assist in identifying and mitigating unconscious biases that might arise in the virtual workspace? And how do AI and metaverse in totality differs from traditional diversity training program, specifically with respect to manufacturing sector, since you belong to sector from where I come from?
I'm only one from manufacturing.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. It's privilege to be here with top minds before the top minds. I would like to start, like, as sir said, second half post lunch is typically, I define it, graveyard session. So let us, you all are.
Yes, sir. I hope they all are awake.
Last lecture, raise your hand. No.
So let us start with the movie. Have you seen the movie Moneyball? Anyone? Moneyball? That is a story of 2002. So whatever we are talking about means almost 20 years. AI or data-driven algorithm and all. For interest of other who has not seen, I would like to narrate those story. There's one Auckland athletic team, baseball, the way India is playing cricket. Na? In US, baseball, people are die-hard fan of baseball. So Auckland team general manager is Billy Bean. And that team continuously losing 2002 trophy. They are losing in one streak, 11 match continuously they lost. And afterward,
and they have a very shoestring budget. All those star player they left. Then he hired one statistician, Peter, and that Peter did all those data analysis, and this is how he created the new team. And afterward, it became a history. Continuously, they own 20 match. Continuously, they own 20 matches, and they own the trophy as well. Then it became a big news how they did it. So Peter and Billy Bean share those study with the Michael, and this is how the picture come, Moneyball come. So that point of time itself, all those data analysis, algorithm base, they not went for all those star charm of the player and all. They have seen those last performance, and this is how they sorted out. So this is well established facts. Not today, it is old era facts, and now it is coming in all together. AI name, artificial intelligence, whereas our Prime Minister is saying America and India. AI acronym. So coming to the question part, the unconscious biasness, how we are utilizing it. So I'm going to share the very practical aspect which I use in current organization and as well as previous organization, starting from the hiring aspect, diversity aspect, start from in onboarding the people. So that we have started way framing the advertisement itself. So inclusive word, using the inclusive word, like take example, salesman. Instead of salesman, AI driven advertisement going to sales representative. Instead of he or she, that AI driven job advertisement will use more inclusive word like they. So this is how it is going to help us, starting from the framing the job advertisement, screening the profile. Those are the not biased decision. They are typically based on data. Whatever job description we have put it in that particular advertisement, they are going to shortlist on those specific skill, experience, and expertise. Whereas, while if it is going to be manual, then it is going to be typically there may be the n number of biases: gender, region, race, age, whatnot. So here AI going to play a big role, and this is how diversity going to further enhance. Same way, like going forward, selection process also that is typically work on core data analysis, facts and figure, not a gut feeling. Nowadays, we all HR manager take decision on gut feeling. Sir, I have no feeling. So whereas if we are going to add AI part, so it would be further substantiated by algorithm and data, and by that way our gut feeling converted into the more factual part. Hope it is okay.
Yes, sir. So moving ahead the discussion and talking about diversity, it becomes imperative to take the opinion of Saraswati ma'am. So my next question to you is, ma'am, what miserable outcomes or improvements you have observed as a result of utilizing AI tools to mitigate the biases? Again, I mean, kind of repeating the questions, but in a different way. So you can answer it differently as to promote inclusivity in virtual collaboration and decision-making process.
Okay, so I'll not answer it straight. Let me throw some challenges at you. All of you are industry experienced, right? Have you seen in any organization AI being used for D&I? Collectively?
AI for training.
Right? The panel has also not seen. So I'll tell you what. When I was starting my career 22 years back, and I told my colleagues also the same thing. I had gone for a NASSCOM seminar. In the NASSCOM seminar, we were talking about gender diversity. Cut 2. This is 2023. We are again talking about diversity. Gender diversity becomes one part, but that still hasn't been sorted. We are also including many other things now in diversity. And then we are also talking about inclusivity. I don't think just using, see, data is always a tool. AI is always, technology facilitates certain outcome. Technology in itself is not the solution. So we have, and let me give practical examples. We have a listening tool that I'll not tell the name of the company, but the listening tool, what it does is, and you all know it, I'm sure all of you have experienced it, you can give your feedback at certain milestones that what is happening with your career, happy, unhappy. We also, the listening tool also reaches out to people who have left the organization, happy, unhappy, what went right, what went wrong. We also have anonymous bat there. You can give your anonymous feedback also, what's going right, what's going wrong. What it does is, it is gender agnostic. It is race, creed, culture, whatever agnostic. It is feedback which is coming in. It is throwing up a lot of data that what is gender facing, because gender is the largest part of diversity. What is the gender facing, especially in India? What is the problem they are facing? What is it that we can do better? Now that data helps us to take certain decisions and create certain interventions. To that effect, very good. And it's AI enabled. So one time if he's asking you a question, depending on your answer, it will then ask the next question. Right? So to that extent, it is AI enabled. To that extent, it is throwing up data, which is helping us as an organization, because D&I is a huge thing for us. We are into service industry. Our clients expect it from us. So I think it's a business need. It's not just about feel good, do good. It's a business need to be diverse and inclusive. So that gives us data. Recently, we developed, and HR took the initiative to develop a customized, very customized chatbot for EvalueServe. Believe me, like Soumitra was saying, garbage in, garbage out. To develop that chatbot, which is a very simplest of things. I mean, many of you can maybe do it. To develop that, it took us 6 months, because in the background, the content that we had to keep modifying. The moment you initially ask a question, is give some garbled answer, which is like, what is this doing? And I had this huge thing in my mind, wow, AI can do anything. So we fed all our policies at the back end. It gave some nonsensical answers. We went back and we changed the language. We changed how it is represented in those Word documents, PDF documents. It's a global thing, right? So different regions have different policies, different regions have different nuances. Suddenly in Bangalore, if you say you have got 50 PLs, doesn't work. We don't give 50 PLs in Bangalore, right? So we had to correct it, recorrect it, make the bot learn, and it's AI enabled. So it anticipates many of your questions. If the same employee ID keeps going back to it, it will anticipate and it will then throw up. But it has to crawl through something, no? It has to read something at the back end. That took us 6 months, 6 months before we even launched it. That gives us data. What are females asking? What are other, different genders asking? What is there a connotation there? Is there something which they're looking out for and asking questions on? Many a times they ask that, give me my salary increment. No, the question the bot says, please, I cannot help you with that. Please ask a human feature. We have asked a human feature also. That again gives us data. So this data facilitates. We have a huge program around D&I, and this data helps us to redesign, be agile about the programs that we are doing, quickly adapt to the ecosystem that we are working in, to the geography we are working in, and devise programs. Does it take away biases? How can it? It's just giving us data, right? Biases are in human mind. It can take away biases from the sourcing in talent acquisition. When you are sourcing profiles, it can take away the biases. But when you are hiring, back of the mind, especially in gender, it is, oh my God, she's in that stage in life and she's going to get married and then have kids and this thing, my project timelines are like this. So this is not going to work out. Maternity leave in India is 6 months. Yeah, and then they extend. So 1 year gone, I'll not get an additional headcount. That takes continuous learning. That takes the whole ecosystem to say, which we are doing right now. We will give you additional headcount. We will not say we will invest in case somebody goes on maternity leave. We are also saying during that maternity period, we will run boot camps for you. We will ensure that you do not feel left out. Women lose confidence. I'm telling you, women are their worst enemies. They lose confidence the moment they're out of the fray. And then their priorities change. After that, priority is totally changed. I don't know, especially India, I'm talking. China has a different problem. In China, for us, 75% is women of the workforce. Again, a problem. It means 50-50 is the perfect score, right? 75% women, because in China, men don't want to, culturally, men don't like working in offices. They like an hour is service industry. It's like research. So you have to be in office. They like being outside. That's a cultural thing. Then how do you do that? So short answer, I can keep going. But the short answer is that there are no AI in itself can mitigate all biases and give a very nice shiny picture. No metaverse can ensure that long-term diversity and inclusion. It will be interposed with what we do culturally as an organization, walk the talk, leaders have to walk the talk, and it will still take time. 24 years, the needle has just moved a little bit. Maybe another, when you guys come into and you become grandpapas, maybe.
Yeah, sure, sir.
So I assume that all of you are HR guys? No? Okay, I mean, I'm looking at KRONOS and I think that, so number one, I'm very happy that other functional areas have joined their brethren, HR guys, it kind of, this way. So I'll just take 1 minute to just add to what Shashwati said. It's all about data, right? But D&I goes beyond demographic data, okay? All of you guys who are here, those of you who are doing data, analysis, or those who are trained as data scientists, you know that you dip your hand into a data lake, you can come up with a lot of garbage, okay? I remember a gentleman called Mike Vanjor, I don't know, Professor Mike Vanjor over here. He was our QT professor, okay, a tough guy. And he used to talk about correlations, and he used to say that I can correlate, given the right data, the sale of cigarettes outside a hospital with the birth of babies. You can do nonsense correlation, right? But the question is, therefore, what is the data you're going to pick up? Organizations generate insane amount of data every day. How are you going to find out what you need and what you correlate? Okay, you'll be surprised that today, as we move into a virtual environment, all of you are leaving a data exhaust. Okay, and organizations can build personas based on data exhausts. All right, and those personas can be used, all right, to make changes or to take decisions, etc. So just coming back to the point, data, okay, is driving everything, but you need to understand what kind of data. So to that effect, the machine actually starts learning. Okay, you train the machine to learn, like if Soumitra is hiring only Biharis. Okay, I mean, I have had people telling me, I was prematurely bald. I think that's because I did the course at XLRI. And one of my earlier guys said, look at this fellow, he's only hiring bald guys. Okay, I've been told that, or they have questioned me, kya kar rahe ho? Gone and hired a veterinary surgeon for selling computers. Okay, so those kind of biases will creep in. Those are unconscious biases, and every day they're doing. So you will need a ML-driven program to actually look across not only hiring, even compensation decisions, performance decisions, promotions, everything. Okay, the whole issue is that If you are not functionally strong in terms of HR, if you are not a DNI evangelist and you are not a data guy, data-driven guy, you cannot correlate all these three things.
Correlation and causation, right?
Yeah, thank you, sir and ma'am, for your such really insightful answers. And then talking about data and DIE, it's rightly said that there should be a striking balance between the two. Like as ma'am rightly pointed out, that DIE can never be in isolation with data and the vice versa. So taking the discussion on the similar note ahead, first of all, I would like to thank Jaydeep sir for changing the demographic of our sitting position and taking that moderator seat. Yeah, so my next question to Jaydeep sir is, can you explain how AI auditing tools work to assess the
Question
fairness?
को parts में बोलो भाई, इतना verbose question है ना, it register नहीं हो रहा है.
Sure, sir. So I'll try to keep it short. Basically, to improve, as we are talking about data and AI, and that is meant for thriving and improving. So to improve also, we need certain feedback mechanism to be in place, right? And for that, my question is, how does this AI auditing tool assess the fairness of HR processes in your organization and in your virtual workspace, and what measures your company is taking to rectify those identified gaps during those AI audits?
I'll again come back if I don't remember the question.
Sure, sir.
But first, 2-3 opening remarks, which I just wanted to be. Notes have gone. See, moment I saw the esteemed speaker speaking so much, I said the notes should be hidden. So 2-3 points I just want to talk about. First of all, great to come back to the campus. 2004 is last I visited here. And, my journey has been a little bit with Standard Chartered, Moody's, Accenture, before I joined Frey BNP. And I was just thinking that the world that I belong today, which is largely an organization which is a promoter, come a bit of MNC, vis-a-vis the organization that I worked before, which is hard-coded MNCs spaced out in Singapore, London, and Germany. Where do these organizations stand in this topic? And then probably the perspective that I'll give will make more sense when I work in India. Because the last of my career has only been abroad. But more before that, Shadab ji, आपको अब एक चीज हम बोलना चाहते हैं, and this is also to the audience here largely. ये topic आपको करना चाहिए था, thriving XLRI placements 23-24 with AI and metaverse innovations via panel discussions. यही topic आपको करना चाहिए. I and Soumitra and Madam was talking. Why on earth you are so interested to talk about AI and metaverse? You better we should talk about and ask from us placements, kya karna chahiye na. See, and she was very upright. We don't know so much. Maybe you know us more than that. But you have put us in the job over here and we will talk. And I promise you, either I'll make you convinced or I'll make you confused. One I will do. And if I can't do that, I'm not an HR man. Sir? Yes, sir. Chalo. So that's how it starts. Abhi tum question bolo humko. Because देखो, point why I said this, आप दो पैनल को 3 क्वेश्चन पूछा, 1 मिनट में आंसर नहीं दे पाया, इतना कुछ है डेटा में, तो हम चाहते हैं कि आप क्वेश्चन करोगे, 1 मिनट में हम आंसर दे आपको, because हम जब वहां पे थे,
sir, we have plenty of time, we can wait.
No, I don't have plenty of time to answer because I may be exposed. I want to be short, swift, super. If I know, I say. If I don't know, I don't say. So you tell me the question now.
Okay, this time I'll make it more crisper.
Yes.
So,
because the topic is so crisp.
So do you have any AI auditing tool in your organization? And if so, what? How does it?
Serious part now.
Yeah.
See, and I refer to the morning conversation that Neha said today. The Gartner study is a very, very holistic study. 50% of the world of the organizations are using, 50% are less than 50% are experimenting, 14% are not using it. I belong to the category of 14%. And that makes me unique. Point one. Point two. Having worked in the best of the organizations of the world, Standard Chartered in Singapore for 10 years, Moody's in New York, and in Anderson Consulting, Accenture, I have gone through this AI and metaverse, and I corroborate with what Madam is saying. It is only hurdles, 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 hurdles. We are in a country, like Sir said, and my friend Jay from JSW said, we are in a country called India. Mera desh mahan, 180 mehman, fir bhi mera desh mahan. Nana Patekar. We have to understand whether AI and metaverse exist and can exist in a country as diverse like us. Then we are still struggling with what they said on diversity and inclusion. Still, we will never reach that 50-50 mark of diversity and inclusion. How best HR professions will become. Because inherent DNA suggests that for some work, we will only hire men and we will not hire women. And that is where our studies tells us that HR managers congenitally has to learn to challenge business managers and say, this is a target. DNI is a target. It's a KPI. It's a KRA. Your leadership promotion might depend on this. If we get into those brass tacks and get it right, then you supplement it with Louis Vuitton bag, Michael Kors, but get the leather right. We are so much obsessed with what the Western world has to tell us. AI, oh my God, it's so fascinating. Is it? एक chatbot develop करने के मैडम का struggle बच्चे समझिए. सर का struggle देखिए, DNI. 500 आदमी बॉल्ड हल गया, आदमी बोलने लगा HR manager biased है, गाड़ी बॉल्डी को hire कर रहा है. These are our struggles. We will solve those industrial relation and employee issues on the floor, or discuss AI and metaverse with the managers and say, बाद में आओ. ये है practical. Now come to your fancy question. Does your organization have an AI and auditing tool? Okay. Yes, my organization, having a conglomerate organization, we also experimented. Like Jawaharlal Nehru wrote to his daughter Indira Gandhi, my experiments with truth. We also did the experiment. Risk analytics is a function. We are a large-scale finance company. We have 40,000 crore AUM. And what do? We basically finance tractors and infrastructure across India. So this XLRI campus is built on a JCB crusher hired in the land to construct the XLRI campus. That JCB machine, which costs 4 crore, is financed by our company. To purchase that company, we do risk analytics model. Risk analytics we use extensively for AI. It tells us the credit score, the CIBIL score, what is relevant. HR, as long as I am there in that company, AI will not come. Now, just to answer the question, auditing of AI tools for this, obviously there is so we have outsourced it to a vendor, which is one of the best vendors in IT. They have an audit mechanism that takes away the biases, so that data is absolutely customer data, data from scores, data from civil agency, and it is validated and checked that does the sale happen as per the score. All that is happening. And this is my answer to the whole question. Does company have auditing tool for AI? It has. Has it removed the biases? If it is a business proposition, mind you, the narrative and operative word is business proposition. If it is a business decision to hire or purchase a fake vehicle, financing a vehicle, then your AI data, all that is you. If it is human, where there's a human tendency, AI's relevance is rather dim. So because, I was thinking the whole day today, we are working, what is AI giving us? Data in strong motion with no human emotions in a profession which is all about human resource management. This is what data is giving us. So I'm not in favor. In rhythm.
Thank you, sir.
So, you know what? I'll just add 30 seconds.
Yes,
I'll
ma'am.
add a practical example. So we have one person, woman in Chile, and she changed her gender and wanted to be, addressed as him, right? Now she has been with Evaluser for what, 12, 15 years? For all the people who have been within her periphery, including leadership, including me, every time we are addressing, we are saying she, and she takes offense. She's saying, why aren't you addressing me as him? From Whitney, I changed my name to Wit. That's I'm giving you a Badaba name because I cannot say the name. But from Whitney, I have changed my name to Wit. Why are you addressing me as her? We had 2 escalations from her because she wanted to be addressed as him. What AI and what metaverse can help me in this? It's a full change management that we have to do, and humans need to be involved. Let us not apply AI and metaverse to everything. Eating food, use AI. And want to have a party, use metaverse, become Superwoman and Wonder Woman. It doesn't work. Right? Correct?
Yeah, thank you for the answer, ma'am. Taking on to Jaideep sir's answer and putting it across to Saraswati ma'am. Jaideep sir said about like until unless we as a HR, yeah. I'll put it to Kanchan ma'am. As Jaideep sir said, until as we as HR don't consider DIE only a part of KPI, we don't go for the real, transformation, what we actually seek. So what are your views on that? Like as an organization, once we start recognizing DI more than just a part of our KPI as a HR, so in that direction, what are your viewpoints?
Thanks. So before I start answering, so I understand this entire hall has mix of HR plus other departments as well. So how many from HR, rest I would understand? Really?
That too, because he's a moderator, he has to.
Yeah.
Given a choice, no.
Yeah. And we are all talking HR, and HR.
It's really great to have entire event organized around you.
Yeah.
And they are not sleeping in the session.
So So what's the motivation? Is it extrinsic? Is it intrinsic? What brings you all here?
This one.
Ma'am, since since it's a general management program, so we are exposed to all of the facets of the management, and HR is one of the yeah.
Cool, thanks. So I would give you a little brief before I talk about or I add on to what my co-panelists, all of them has spoken. I mean, they have already laid the basics and foundation of what is AI, what is metaverse, and how AI is impacting HR. So the organization which I currently work with is called as Vedant Fashions Limited. It is not part of Vedanta. Vedanta is different. If you know the brand names Manyavar and Mohe, so Vedant Fashions Limited is the core organization. So just to add on, Priya, I am also part of manufacturing. We do end to end. We start from manufacturing. We have a supply chain. We have a extensively experimenting marketing team. We have IT and all other, including HR as well, which is the strongest one. So to give you an example how we are trying, and we are, and again, a mixture of, MNC as well as the organization, which is a promoter-led organization, an extremely progressive organization, started its root from Calcutta. And today we are present in the country, 650 plus stores. International stores also we have. So hence I quoted that we are a progressive organization.
So when we talk about AI metaverse, we are trying to plot it in every department, whether it is marketing, whether it is HR, whether we talk about warehouse management. So we are trying to bring in AI everywhere. For example, the person who's taking the photographs here, we might think about how can we do our photo shoots not in the design studios, sitting at the home. So you today walk into the store to wear a sherwani, try out a safa, sitting at the comfort of your home. Can you just pick and choose from your website, and can you see yourself? You would have seen there are a few eyewear glass companies who have started doing that. So we are trying to do something similar. Coming to HR, as my co-panelists already have mentioned, and to which I agree. For example, when it comes to recruitment, yes, the screening process, we have got AI in place. So we call it as blind screening so that the biases are removed. When we say blind screening, I don't have a gender there. I don't have the name. So it is only the subject matter which is present. So I get a good comparative that which all, as per the subject matter, are the fitment to my role. And those CVs we leverage on and we give it to the hiring managers. So the hiring manager, once agrees on what are the subject matter required for him, then only we disclose the next thing. So we are moving on from a cultural fit word to a cultural ad. So mark my words, it is not cultural fitment which we are checking. We are trying to move on to cultural ad. So this is how we are trying to remove the biases one after the another. So every time there is an issue or concern which comes up, we try to analyze that how AI can help us move faster, could remove biases. Because, when it comes to human resources, emotional intelligence plays a very big role here. So human emotions cannot be decided or recognized by AI end to end as on date. So the amalgamation between the data analytics plus human judgment still plays a pivotal role when we talk about human. So that is the reason we are trying to develop AI on one end. However, we still keep the human judgment with more weightage than the AI thing. So data analytics, when we talk about, we try to put in every function of HR. So whether it is recruitment, so we would like to play with numbers in all the fields, whether it is my performance management, whether it is my recruitment, also in my learning and development. How do I put in my ROI in numbers? So data in our organization plays a very, very big role. So data-driven and analytic-driven organization we are, which we also try to put that in HR. So on one hand, when we are trying to move ahead with data, with analytics, but we have not forgotten the important thing or the important emotional quotient which human being plays. So just to answer you, while I agree to Jaideep what he mentioned that, AI and metaverse is far off, but again, technology is the field wherein each and every organization is moving towards how to lessen the human intervention and how to make things faster with an analytical skills in place. So I would say both have to be in place. While I also agree to what Shashwata said that, it has been a topic to discuss since ages. So when I was at this platform, not in the International Center, the Old Learning Center, listening to such panel discussions. So that was also a point of discussion where DNI was getting discussed. And today as well, we are again discussing the DNI thing. So the crux is that while a drone can keep on taking the entire picture or video instead of the still camera standing. But we cannot just remove it like that in a single day. It is a phase wise transition which will happen. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, ma'am, for such a nice explanation. And yeah, rightly said so that, of course, AI is shaping up, and it in future is will be taking over a lot of things, not necessarily the human touch. Of course, as you, Jaideep sir also said, and a lot of panelists have also mentioned that during HR processes also, like while AI can, of course, reduce the shortlisting part of yours, but the final, the interview part, you require the human touch, right? So there has to be a blend, and both works in tandem. So moving the conversation ahead, Saurabh sir is sitting so quiet for some time, so I'll be moving on to him. And since we will still stick with this AI thing only, so my question to you is, how can organizations create a culture of belongingness and psychological safety in the context of this virtual workspace? Because say in this era, we are moving for remote work, or say for that matter, hybrid work environment where there is a less of physical interaction. People are doing it remotely. So how do you create or sustain that belongingness culture and that psychological safety thing? And how do AI can support you to develop this?
So thank you for including. Probably I'll start with why Ranjan sir got me here. He said, I've got all the CHROs and HR heads there. So there is diversity, but there's no inclusion. So why don't we call a head of talent acquisition and include him in the panel? So I got included and very well accepted by fellow panels. So thank you, sir. And then jokes apart, where I got included onto discussion is that I learned this hard way. 2019 OLX, where I was working first year, ambitious plans. We were planning, and we did an acquisition worth $500 million, spanning across 9 countries. 2020, when we executed the deal, January is when I remember this happened, and March was lockdown. So I inherited my teams in 9 countries virtually. Some of them, like my co-panelists were saying, did not speak English. So like it came to so difficult times that I had to learn at least one major language, which most of my team speaks, which is Spanish. Anybody learns? ¿You habla español? Poquito? Gracias. So how do you actually get included is the context is very important. Like you need to have a common platform. It's diversity is a reflection of the society composition. It's not something that we create as in isolation or something that we just aspire for. Because if we look at our business, and we are in a huge retail business, we, of course, when Saraswati was saying, when we look at diversity, it starts with gender diversity. Now, being a talent acquisition guy, I've been asked what are your ratios? What are your pipelines? I think we work very hard just to sometimes put data out on the table so that we can take decisions, because sometimes the talent pool is not there. Like how would you hire? This is a real world business problem, that if there are no women, as US has been pumping on this fact in STEM education, how would you get women engineers or scientists or doctors, whichever field that you want to talk about? So I think it's definitely a business problem. It's a society, it's a reflection of society. Now, particularly in my organization, when we look at retail associates for used car industry, our shops are typically not the most fanciest showrooms, but are places where people go to fulfill their aspirations by buying a used car. And it's a big decision. like it's probably their number 3 decision of their life. Like if you consider buying a home or getting married as 1 or 2, it depends upon priorities. Again, being very open here, but in case it is in your top 3, let's conclude it there. Then it's still a big thing, and we want equal representation of all genders. Now in Chile, the number of women at store is around 55 to 60%. In US, it is 75%. In India, it is 18%. In Indonesia, it is 23%. It's reflection of society. So if the same role has to be performed by women in X country versus Y, the whole paradigm changes. Now coming to his question about data, tech, AI, and we had a very good discussion about metaverse, and probably one question back to our audience, that what are things that you consider in metaverse which can be applied to HR? That's a process. I'm talking what is, again, HR, not a HR process. What is core metaverse platform that you can apply? No. Virtual reality. See, panel studied because you guys, they gave questions. We did hard work. I want to ask you guys that the questions came from here. We did not create questions. Answer pad kya hai? Like I also got my notes that of the 7 tenets, the extended reality, physical, virtual space, blockchain, AI, IoT, cloud computing. I don't know, right, metaverse? But absolutely. And I felt good about it. Researching about when the questions came in, and I became curious that where exactly AI metaverse can come together to make this happen is about the data, demographic data can be well fed for a very conscious business decision that do we need certain kind of diversity? Does it make a logical sense or a business sense to do it? In our product team at OLX, we felt that the women representation was low. It was less than 20%. And we wanted it to be equal, 50%. But why? The why is the most important, because that is a business aspect. Why? Because 52% of our OLX app users were women who were trying to either buy or sell something on our platform. And hence we need the customer in the room. And when you start with a problem which relates to your ecosystem, then people come forward to solve it. If you put things in abstract and just put AI ML, it won't solve the problem just for the heck of it. But where AI and ML will be your co-conspirators is to get to the solution. Or probably let's take a step back and say to defining the problem, whether there is a problem or not. If your customer base is not linked to this diverse representation, then why do you need? Maybe another business context, but I'm saying, have we gone there? And I think this is where AI does a beautiful role in getting data and insights which possibly can be used. Now specifically on Shadab's question about how do you include, and this is what I had learned very hard way, that when I try to onboard my teams all across, I realized that I got most critical feedback of my life in those 2-3 COVID years. And sometimes I was also like surprised. I remember an instance when one of my regional leaders in Latin America, South America, she called me up one day just after a call. It was 9:30 in the night, and she called me and said, "Thank you." So I said, "What?" "It's a regular regional TA leaders call that I conduct every week. Why thank you?" She said, "Today you did not start with the agenda." So actually that day I felt like, let me pause and said, first 20 minutes, it's your agenda. I've sent you the agenda. Let's talk about how each one of us are doing, just informal context. She's like, this is amazing. And I realized, and this is what I learned virtually and practically. I went to Colombia, Bogota. I realized people, they do not do business straight. It's about spending that time as a personal connect, and then coming to the business part. But let's also look at realities. This call was attended by 4 regional managers. 2 were sitting in America zone, 2 were sitting in the Asia zone. The Latin American person is happy because it's 9:30 a.m. in the morning, you're sipping your coffee and you would want to indulge in a conversation, which is very intellectual. With me, imagine, but privileged. But my regional TA manager in Indonesia is at 9:30 p.m. He is done with his dinner. He's on the call, just wants to get this done and sleep. So imagine in this context, how do you bring diversity and inclusion? It's not going to be tool. Tool was there. It falls back again to the basic things. That number one, are you creating a safe space where people can speak? So this person took that space and say, hey, I liked it. And then I actually returned in my next call to the Indonesia person. I asked that you haven't spoken, that are you suffering through these late night calls? And he said, no, it works fine for me. Rather, it works well that I close my day early, go home, spend time with family, do dinner, make kids sleep, and then I come for this call. It works well. And I think this is where we need to go back to the basics and see that are we creating, so this entire psychological safety that we talk about is, are we creating a safe space where people can speak? Can they feel empowered to take decisions, to get back, challenge? And also, are they feeling valued by what they're doing? And I think these are the aspects which remain the same, the behavioral aspects. And then, of course, we can talk about the metaverse once you guys tell me more technologies.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. You need an AI mic? Thank you, sir. Now, considering the paucity of time, I have 2 more questions, which I'll be opening up to the panelists, and any one of you can answer that. So my question is, talking about psychological safety, as sir rightly explained, and about, VR for this onboarding and everything. What steps should an organization take to support the mental health and well-being of an employee in virtual workspace, especially considering the potential for isolation and the blurred boundaries between the personal and the work life? So any one of you can answer, ma'am, or sir.
I already answered.
So Mitra, sir.
Yeah. Or maybe one thing which I will ask on serious and joking about both together is when my boss asked, how do you manage this sitting in India? So I said, maybe I should also move to a central location where it solves the problem.
Exactly.
But
exactly.
this wasn't located in central location. Otherwise, Spain was a great choice that I figured out. So
That's why you learned Spanish in anticipation. Okay, so I think lots has been said and lots been done. I think it's important for us to understand that there is, in DNI, there's a whole framework of data and there is emotional connect, okay? And in today's world, neither of them can do without each other, okay? How do you, I love how do you solve a problem, okay, if you don't have data? Today, gone are the days where HR does a lot of fluffy stuff, we have moved much beyond cake cutting and rangoli.
The rangoli part.
Yeah, and I think we've also moved far beyond. As a CHRO for the last 15 years, the moment I stand up in a town hall and I say, okay, guys, what's your problem? The 3 problems, immediate. First is salary. Second is canteen. And third, if you're in a BPO, it's transport. Okay, if you're not in a BPO, then what about my career? Okay, and for each of these, you need immense amount of data. Okay, and believe me, you have to bullshit your way through out of all this. So coming back to your question on
mental health.
Mental health, all right. in a virtual environment, in a normal environment, we were, kind of, I always had that overworked, underpaid executive look on my face. Okay, guys, you have to manage that. Huh? Please practice it in front of the mirror. Oh, overworked, underpaid. So, I mean, has anything dramatically changed from what you were doing when you were at work, at the workplace? And now that you are, in fact, I think it's getting better. Okay, people I hear, I don't know whether they're actually at the beach or not, but they put a lot of beach pictures behind them on their Zoom and all that. Those are lucky ones who are actually at the beach. I mean, it's nirvana. All right. I mean, you can work remotely from anywhere. Okay, and the managers are getting jealous, so they're asking them to come for 2 mandatory days at work. Okay, we are getting woke about this mental health thing, seriously speaking. And I'm being a little maverick over here. You guys, you have to perform in an organization, right? And performing in an organization means that you have to do some modicum of work. Come on. You can't keep on complaining, whining, and saying that, okay, this is, mental health and all that. We in HR have done a lot of things. And as managers, not only in HR, in managers, we do a lot of things. Okay, leave. All right. We say you can't accumulate your leave. You better take them. Okay. Otherwise, it is going to lapse. Okay. We get you a doctor on duty. Okay. With a nice, pretty looking nurse. Okay. At least you're motivated to go to meet the doctor. When I was walking into, I saw 3 doctors over here. Come on. 3 doctors. When I was studying, we had to go all the way to Bistupur to meet a doctor. All right. 6. Lucky guys. Right? So, and I'm sure those guys are earning without. Oh my goodness. Right. So that kind of clinches the deal. Okay. So a lot of people talk about this, right? And when we call them, when we ask them, okay, these are all very, I would say if you understand the iceberg model, below the iceberg, okay, and it all stems out from certain things. It stems from a feeling of getting victimized. It stems from my manager is always asking me to perform, and I mean all these kind of things. I don't have to. So mental health, yes, it's important. All right. But, and every organization runs programs around it. There are frameworks around it and all that. But do we try to, kind of become woke about it? I don't think so. All right.
The happy workforce.
I'd like to shut up, add to this. This is so right. So this has become a buzzword, and I'll give you examples how it's being misused. Okay, virtual world. I'm also the chairperson of the POSH committee. Now it's been 12 years. Every organization I'm part of the POSH committee. There are cases when you say that in the virtual world, this person, when he spoke to me, he spoke like this. He used this comment. Used, not used, doesn't matter. The moment you write to IC is the moment the IC has to investigate. Right? Any connotation, the IC has to, the person's name is dragged into it. And we have had cases where we found that it is not correct, or it was said in a different connotation, or interpretation doesn't matter by the law, impact matters. But we did not go for the disciplinary action, but there was no evidence to support what has been said. If performance is, feedback is given to someone, and these are millennials, okay, 95% of evalu service millennial and Gen Z. If performance feedback is given, because at that point of time, maybe the person was watching Netflix and did not do the work, or did not come on the call, or was ordering Zomato while on the call, missed something, and then did not deliver. Feedback is given, pat comes an email saying that I have been mentally harassed. This has become such a buzzword. I have been mentally harassed by my manager. The moment you write mentally harassed, you become really like, oh my God, what's happening, what's happening? And there are multiple cases where we have investigated where it was not true. Then again, what we are promoting within the organization is that mental health
Organizations like Sir said, Sir can give you 6 doctors and 5 counselors. All organizations are doing it these days. We also give you an anonymous a chatbot to bash up the organization. That is also okay. You take it, take out your frustration. We also absorb that feedback. Having said that, it's self-help. If you are trying to juggle your baby, your parents' expectation, your Zomato app, your Netflix orientation, your peer group pressure, not knowing data analytics, but trying to learn data analytics, and your job, then somewhere you're going to dip and then you cry foul. I think it starts from self. Starts from your self-discipline. We can give you plethora of platforms. All of us are doing it. All of us. And we have stopped talking about it now. But it starts from you. So we push a lot of content through AI only because AI gives you scale. Scalability comes through technology, right? So we push a lot of content to them. We do a lot of webinars, seminars, etc. But it has to start from the person here. What can an AI and a metaverse do for you beyond that?
One perspective from this mental health-being.
Yeah,
Hello. One perspective on this mental well-being, what both she was saying and Sir was saying. One positive part of this whole thing is that there is a part of the world of employees who may not be very comfortable in sharing actually a mental health problem that he or she is facing. So this AI data and chatbot can be a channel to say that very confidentially, and then AI picks up that data and patterns on discrimination, harassment, which can help the organization to say that this is also a problem the organization is facing, and some people are not open up. So that confidentiality part has a very positive connotation on the AI platform and everything. But what she said is bang on. See, two misuse is happening in India. On the professional side, the misuse is via POSH and all this act, and personal side is to the 498A.
Exactly.
India, this is happening, and this is this reality. So we should have a different forum to discuss, but AI as a tool to mitigate mental health being, or that is the only part AI plays is data. AI is not McKenna's gold. नहीं है भाई, मैंने वो आप लोग का सोच रहा है कि LIC ऐड है जिंदगी के साथ जिंदगी के बाद, वो है नहीं. तब तक नया चीज आ जाएगा.
Of course,
it can help us in only this much: pick the virus that can lead to the cancer. That is all.
Yeah.
Bolo,
thank you, sir. Coming back to my final question, and it's to Priyaranjan sir. What potential risks do you believe over-reliance on AI can have in managing, again, the DI and in the virtual workspace?
Come again.
What potential risk the over-reliance on AI can have when you go for this DI and virtual workspace?
See, AI typically work on data part, data and algorithm. And if it is not configured in a proper manner, the way Madam said, no? Chatbot on our. So two aspects we have to take care. First is cognitive bias part while we are framing the AI. And second is incomplete data part. Cognitive biases means what type of team part of framing those policy or logic and all those aspects. And this is how we need to diverse team. The way things happen, no? Amazon, you all people know about the Amazon story. Amazon framed the recruitment software and they have taken the data of past 10 years. And after all those analysis, they come up, means they are not doing the true way of diversified hiring, because what type of data they have taken, past 10-year data, which is very biased data of white men and all like that. Okay, so to come out from those aspects, we need a synthetic data also. Okay, for synthetic data, by that way only we can complete the population. Holistic population we can cover, and by that way we can make a true judgment. By that way, AI can be really helpful. I would like to add here, means I remember how to balance the take and touch part. I would like to, do you have time? Just 2 minutes? By that way, I'm taking you through almost 25 years back. While I started my career, I reached to my boss on those era, there is no auto software and all those things to apply the leave. You have to go to hardcore pen paper. Savina Nivedan hai ki I beg to state my father is ill and this is how I have to take the leave. So I make the application and visited my boss. Sir, मेरे को 10 दिन का छुट्टी चाहिए. क्यों चाहिए भाई? He asked, मेरे father का आँख का problem है. तो क्या हुआ है आँख में? Then he said, I said कि ग्लूकोमा हुआ है उनको. Then ग्लूकोमा हुआ है? इधर उधर मत जाना. कहाँ जा रहे हो? सर ये नहीं ग्लूकोमा का एक ही हॉस्पिटल है. That is शंकर नेत्रालय चेन्नई. So I still remember, means nowadays Darwin Box is self-service system is there. I'm applying the leave, and my boss is, if my boss is in doing any argument, then what we will say? Bosses come in between my work-life balance. Toxic boss. He is not approving my leave. But I still remember 25 years back, he has given such a advice, those touch aspect, as sir said, how to create those balances. So by creating those balances, we can really use the AI in a true sense. And moving ahead, we are using a very good technology in our organization. Previously, we also advanced sentiment analysis part. A very known company is using that, infusing those technology. In that advanced sentiment, this is very scientific one. Means daily basis, we are going before the FRS, face recognition system. By that way, we are capturing the attendance. So there, they are capturing the mood. And whatever way we are talking our intercom, my voice analysis going on. And whatever way I am responding over the mails, including all those 3 aspects, my voice, my mail communications, and plus my FRS. By that way, they are doing the advanced sentiment analysis and they are reaching to certain input. So this is how very advanced algorithm part is used by those type of technology. But we have to use with very balanced touch and take part. By that way only we can get more success.
Just to add on to what Priya said regarding the risk thing, while we are trying to add on AI and metaverse to all the departments, but when it comes to HR, there are 2 very crucial things of risk which we always need to take care of. One is the data privacy, and then the legalities involved in using AI, because employee data is a crucial data which we have. So these are also the 2 factors which we always need to consider before we think of applying a tool or getting into the metaverse world. As Shamutra said, that we are no more into the cake cutting business, right? It has moved much more beyond than that. If a factory worker says he doesn't want to speak to 10 of my team members who are there to help him, and he or she only wants to talk to me, I need to speak to that person. I can't say, hey, please talk to Siri. So this is what HR is all about.
So one of the things I just want to add for a minute is that, coming to that attendance thing. So in Reddington, we are a company which aims to reduce technology friction. Do any of you know what technology friction is? Technology friction is very simple. It's the rate of innovation in technology and the rate of adoption. Okay? Now, We wanted to put those advanced biometrics and all these kind of things, capture a lot of data leading to legal cases. Oh, I came in 25 seconds. We said, nikal do. Na rahegi baas, na bajegi bansuri. No attendance. Okay. So in Reddington, we don't have attendance. So we trust you that if you're working out of, you come into office or you're going to a remote location, you have to log in, kar le, right? If you're taking leave, go ahead and take some leave and just log it in. So first thing we removed was all this crap of, kind of creating algorithms, data crunching, etc., etc. The second thing we said is that we are not going to apply technology, especially in D&I cases, POSH cases and all that, because these are ambiguous. Okay. So for example, child is born, okay, a father gets a promotion. Child is what? Lucky child. Child is born, father loses his job. Child is very good, unlucky. Child is born, father's mother-in-law dies. Very ambiguous situation. And you can't train your dragon, you can't train your chatbot, you can't train your data sciences to understand these ambiguous situations. Gosh, is a very, very gray world. Okay, these are well understood and must be well understood by HR professionals or manager professionals, managers and leaders who are trained for this. All right, no matter what kind of algorithms you use, no matter how advanced technology you use for that. Okay, so for example, sentiment analysis. All right, Microsoft, every time, I mean, Microsoft launch was there. All right, how does Tim Cook understand how the audience is reacting? Do you know that? There are thousands and thousands of cameras focused on the people. Okay, and they are looking at pupil dilation. All right, and pupil dilation tells Tim Cook as to whether a product, okay, is being accepted, not accepted, whether he wants to up the pitch, low the pitch, etc., etc. So sentiment analysis has gone to that level. Okay, I used to work for a company called Nuance, which is going to natural language processing. Today, I talk to my people in Turkey, okay, where they don't understand English, or I talk to my people in Azerbaijan or Kazakhstan, I speak English, and there's a bot standing in between, which is translating. How comfortable I am with that? I'm praying every day that the bot doesn't use bad words. I say something and it translates into a bad word in Turkish or Azerbaijani or Kazakh, right? So that's it. I mean, it has to be human intelligence. It has to be people like you who bring in the difference into D&I and the way that technology is harnessed by the company.
I just want to echo as parting thought what Tomito said. See, the same. See, this is the dichotomy of organization. Microsoft, Tim Cook, observing pupil to check sentiments. Correct? Hypothesis 1. Hypothesis 2. Same Microsoft, when to analyze biases on harassment cases and to refine algorithms by every month, creates a team called FATE. F for fairness, A for accountability, T for transparency, E for ethics. Because there, Mr. Cook knows that there can be unnumbered biases in deciphering sensitive cases. So this is the beauty of AI, where managers have to understand where to concretely, blindly look at the data and where they have to continuously refine the algorithms. Same Microsoft, where you all want to join, and perhaps I didn't get a job there, so I couldn't join. So that's the difference.
Absolutely correct, sir. Before we move to questions from the batch, I would like to have a final concluding remark from Saurav, sir.
And this is completely out of the script, but I think okay. So I think just concluding that both aspects are there, the human aspect as well as the technology aspect. Where I think we should not get overwhelmed is that the ultimate goal is to have an assistant or aid to take human decisions related to all these behaviors and all. So the more there is clean data that can be put into processing, the cleaner would be the impact analysis, which will possibly help us to remove certain biases, because I think through this discussion we all agree that even AI has biases of what is fed into the system. Like AI as a tool seems completely logical and cognitive ability. Mr. Ranjan also said that it can pass all that, but what it can't do is that what Mr. Ranjan talked about, that we need to complement it with synthetic data. So I think both are important. It's an emerging field. That's where I would still say that very relevant topic today to discuss. If we could build that right kind of data to pass through, for some of us who may be with biases that we do not know as human beings, all of us can have certain biases which are hard embedded, which we do not know. We can be more cognizant of the fact. We can leverage these AI and metaverse if there is any correlation to metaverse to this. If there is a future correlation, we'll be able to use it for the betterment of the society.
Thank you, sir. So now we'll be moving to questions from the batch. And I'll be asking. Yeah.
No.
There are three hands raised. Three hands raised.
Yeah.
Hello, good afternoon to all the guests. First of all, this was a thoroughly enjoyable session. And you said that it's going to be a graveyard shift for us, but no, it was you guys are the best and most entertaining panel that we've ever had. First, I have a few things to say. So actually, firstly to Saraswati ma'am, my name is Shubham Pandey, and I was hired right out of my engineering college in 2015 at eValueServe.
Yay. So you enjoyed your stint?
Oh, yes. I was there for almost a little around 4 years. And let me tell you, eValueServe has like one of the best HR departments that I've seen. And talking about, so, PPO confirmed. The reason I say that,
bragging, huh? So you talk.
yeah. So the reason I say that is that like you guys eValueServe has been inclusive and like not just gender diversity, LGBTQ, like hiring differently abled people. It's been there like for a while. I'm talking 2015. So that is like kudos to you on that. My question, however, is for Kanchan ma'am. So the general idea that I get from, we'll catch up outside. I actually had a question for you, but you answered it during your,
Oh, okay. What, yeah? I was all geared up.
No, I get the general idea that the panel is slightly critical of metaverse and AI on the HR side of things. However, like Kanchan ma'am was like, as you mentioned, that you've been using AI for screening in the hiring process. Now, my question here is that, do you see any difference from the perspective of employee performance that the people that you hired using AI or at least screened their CVs using AI, are they performing better while they are once in the system? Any, insightful, any insights coming from this that could be eye openers?
Yeah, so first of all, the AI tool for the screening and onboarding, which helped us, was primarily to remove the biases so that we could improve the diversity in the organization. So yes, that has been a big help. While you talk about the performance management system, so the performance has been at par with the employees. We have not seen a dip in the performance. again, the primary reason was because I hired him for the competencies which he or she has brought up to the table, or the skill set which that person had. So that is the reason why we have not seen any dip in the performance. And it has been helpful to remove the biases which the hiring manager had. Yeah. Yeah.
I'll take on lighter note. She's now
Yeah,
that
yeah,
she's
sure.
answered, and I truthfully have the right of representing talent acquisition here. So we also do the screening through these AI-enabled tools, and now there is a next generation of employees who actually write their CVs through ChatGPT so that it can pass through AI. So those are smart guys catching up. But for the others, see where it helps is match the skill set in resume to the job description, but end mein aayega to Modi. Okay, not making it political debate, but factually, see, understand, it's a real everyday scenario. When I sit with my team, they say that we have this AI tool suggests these top 5 resumes. Manager says, "Yaar, aur resume dikhana." She, it nowadays very inclusive. Yeah, say them will get to the profile that they want to. Okay, so the tool can help stack rank and get the profile, but where in my case we haven't seen any performance change, because ultimately hiring is happening through the process. So the entire chain has to move, whereas only changing the recruiting with the input may not change for us.
Just to add on to what he mentioned, so the only solution to this is keep on pushing the CVs of similar kind and similar kind and similar kind. So we also get answers like "samajh mein nahi aaya." So what is that "samajh mein nahi aaya"? Kya nahi samajh mein aaya? Then you again push in similar set of CVs. So we'll have to win through constant pushing and communication and communication. Yeah. So did we answer your question? Yeah. Thanks.
That's a slippery slope.
So my question is to Saurabh sir. I wanted to ask that given your extensive experience in transforming talent acquisition in both matured organization and fast growing organizations across multiple countries and diverse culture, what's the most exciting challenge that you've come across, and how did you navigate it towards success, both for yourself and the organization?
Yeah, so I think briefly I did touch upon my failures, if not success, that my entire 18 years of talent acquisition went failure when I could not communicate and motivate a team for a single goal. So there it fails, right? So the biggest learnings came through an environment where it was completely unrelated. Idea was to build a global world-class talent acquisition center, which we did. But the journey through it, what hurdles we are trying to solve for, when I get onto the ground, the hurdles were entirely different. I think biggest learnings came on that. How do, as a leader, I transform myself, and as a leader, I am willing to learn rather than pushing down the content, grasping the content up to understand that how do I bring people in this journey has been the biggest challenge, because we did not see success of our systems. We rolled out a system and we saw that the adoption was low. And then we realized adoption was low because our own team did not believe in the system. One of the tools that I did not talk about was another failure, where this is an AI-enabled tool where it's an asynchronous interviewing. Anytime, any place, you can just open your app and answer those 5 questions. Huge database of interviews in a single click or a single day. But where it failed was the recruiting team themselves felt that it is going to take our jobs. So let's not make it, it is going to replace us. And I think we failed. The tool could not succeed because I felt after apart from the AI, 6 to 8 months of tool usage, that my recruiter success rate was still higher than my tool. So I started realizing the recruiter is feeding the weaker resumes into the tool and stronger ones to manager. So see, human brain is far more matured and smart than the AI. So I think the biggest challenges have been that how do you bring people to this, that AI has to be leveraged for your success. AI will not replace you. And I think this has been my biggest learning from failures.
A very good afternoon to all the speakers. My name is Shatakshi Kaushal and I come with 5 years of experience in IT industry. So first of all, I'm really grateful to all of you for this very engaging and hilarious panel discussion. And so my question is, as Jaydeep pointed out, that we should be asking you questions about placements. So honoring that, I would like to know that what would be your advice to all of us for the batch, for the placements, keeping in mind the market conditions? And gracias.
Well, this is like we said, all Gen Zs want personalization, and I'm saying it very seriously. These guys just keep joking. I'm very serious. So, so it's a world of personalization and customization. One hat does not fit all, right? For all of you also, attention span in the earlier panels were very low. In our panel was very high. So taking off from that, if there is one profile you are making and you are sending it off here, there, everywhere, it's not going to work out, because this is the time, looking at the market conditions, talent availability is there. What we don't have is the right talent, right time, right cost. And it's a perennial problem, right? And for us to look at you or pick you up, even during campus, we have hired 400 people last year from campus. They have onboarded. Still 70 is left for onboarding. We are not saying no to anyone. We'll onboard everyone. But if I have to come to you for next year, then you have to stand out. How do you stand out? You have to research where you are going. You cannot come to EvaluServe the same way you go to Kanchan, Vedant, or you go to Sir here. That's not going to work. So please research where you want to go, what you want to do. Just don't run after just the job. You will not get it, especially during these times.
So I'll talk specifically from the technology perspective. We see all around dark clouds are there on the horizon. We really can't ignore that. And with more and more kind of sanctions, that technology guys are not will have to manufacture everything, and kind of those costs are going up and all that. So I think that the key, like what she said, is that how do you differentiate yourself? Okay, that's the key question. Don't unchat GPT yourself. Okay, unshackle yourself from chat GPT, because that's the answer, or that's the question. That's the refrain that everybody is doing it. Okay, we have gone to an extent that we are telling our recruiters to run it through ChatGPT to see if it is ChatGPT. Right? You can do that. No, we have got something else. We've got Sonic Chat and other things also, which are much more advanced than ChatGPT. Most of you'll be using the free version that is 3.5, isn't it? Right? You will not. I mean, if I was you sitting there, I wouldn't invest on 4. Okay. So the first thing, therefore, is to differentiate yourself. And how do you differentiate yourself? On 2 things. All of you as a cohort would have got the same MBA, right? So how do you differentiate yourself? Ask yourself that question. What is it? So do you differentiate yourself in 2-3 things? One is, of course, your specialization. Okay. And what you bring in terms of your experience and background. But more today, you will hear a lot of people saying, we hire for skills, we don't hire for roles and all that. How are you accentuating your skills? Okay, not only in your area of specialization, but also, so how do you make yourself into a T rather than into a V? Okay, that's the skill, or that's what we're talking about. So the key word is differentiate. Whether you differentiate is, and there could be so many differentiators. I don't have to call it out over here, but definitely everyone, each one of you must, and this is a tough world. Placement is a tough world. Okay. When I passed out, Excel had only 120 people to place. Okay. And the placement coordinators were running around with folded hands. Yaar, chal ja. This company is here, please go for placement. Okay. Here, I think now today, it's a different ballgame altogether. So the watchword is differentiate in your streams, in your cognitive abilities, in your behavioral patterns. Okay. And don't get into those hackneyed questions like every interviewer asks. Ask yourself those innovative questions. Ask yourself those innovative questions which are going to help you, differentiate yourself. Go ahead, everybody.
Questions.
More questions.
Yeah, thank you for patiently answering questions to our fellow batchmates. Now, to further continue, I would like to call upon our host and co-host, Shalini and Udit, to continue from here.
But उसके बाद पहले before they say, प्रताप जी बहुत धन्यवाद. एकदम बढ़िया मॉडरेशन किया आपने, बढ़िया धन्यवाद. Thank you. We have ensured that you were ragged, but you ensured that you, for the greater good, you did excellence and integrity.
Brilliant.
Thank you, sir.
One more round of huge applause for him. Actually, in applauding him, you actually supported diversity and inclusion.
We completely agree with the panelists. Thank you, Shadav, for an amazing session. Now we'd like to invite Shubham and Amulya to announce the results for the KRONOS 2023 HR case competition.
Thank you, Shalini. Good evening, everyone. Amidst the ongoing conclave, we have a special announcement to make. The recognition of the exceptional achievements by our talented participants in the KRONOS 2023 the HR case competition. It has been an incredible journey, and we are thrilled to announce the outstanding teams who have emerged victorious.
But before we proceed, let's take a moment to express our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed sponsor, Incubate Coaching and Consulting. Incubate focuses on leadership development through specially curated offerings in the areas of transition coaching, executive coaching, team coaching, group coaching, and mentoring. We sincerely thank them for their generous support and sponsorship.
We would also like to thank Professor Jatinder Kumar Jha for his expertise in his evaluation of the case studies to ensure that only the best teams were chosen for this competition. Without further ado, let's unveil the top performing teams. In the third place, we have team Twin Titans from JBIMS Mumbai. Their exceptional strategy and creativity have propelled them to forefront on this competition.
Securing second place, let's congratulate Team Double Trouble from NMIMS Mumbai, whose dedication and ingenuity have earned them this well-deserved recognition.
And finally, in the first place, a huge round of applause for Team What's in the Name from IIM New Delhi for their outstanding performance and innovative solutions.
To all the winning teams, your hard work, talent, and dedication have truly paid off. We commend you for your outstanding achievements. Once again, a special thank you to Incubate Coaching and Consulting. Your support has been instrumental in making this competition a grand success. Thank you all for being a part of KRONOS 2023. Now I would like to request Shalini and Udit to take over from here. As we draw the curtains on an extraordinary journey through the CHRO Conclave KRONOS at XLRI Jamshedpur, it is my distinct honor and privilege to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks to our remarkable and candid panelists. Their contributions have not only enriched our understanding of ever-evolving landscape of HR, but also left an indelible mark on this prestigious event.
Hands down, this has been the most entertaining and pragmatic panel session that I have witnessed at XLRI. Thank you, Jaideep sir. I hope the cohort would agree. It's been some time since a panelist mentioned Pink Floyd. Thank you, Soumitra sir, for combining it with your wit. How to break down a bigger problem into smaller chunks was explained thoroughly by Saswati ma'am. Thank you very much. Collectively, our panelists have illuminated the path forward for HR professionals and business leaders alike. Your presence at this conclave has been a source of inspiration, and I hope the batch takes your insights as a food for thought.
Now I would like to request Professor Kanagraj to felicitate the panelists and present them with the mementos. Mr. Saurabh Sharma. Mr. Priya Ranjan Kumar. Ms. Saswati Sinha. Mrs. Soumitra Das. Ms. Kanchan Banerjee. Mr. Jaideep Chatterjee.
We would also like to express our gratitude to the organizing committee, volunteers, and everyone who made this event a resounding success. As we conclude this exceptional gathering, let us carry forward the knowledge, inspiration, and passion we have gained from these distinguished panelists. Thank you all for being a part of this year's CHRO Conclave KRONOS. I would now request the batch to proceed to the ground floor for the group photograph.